Well, well, well. Look at this. It is week 14. It is the recap show for week 14. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Joe, better known as NFLosophy. Thank you guys so much for being here on a rainy Tuesday night here in Tampa. Hope the weather is a little bit better where you guys are at. Hopefully none of you guys experienced too bad of storms throughout the week. You know, being a guy that is originally from Kentucky, a lot of stuff going down over the last week. Luckily, all my friends and family are kind of over in central Kentucky. So, yes, Gabe, they're all good. Thank you for asking. They're all good. They're in central Kentucky. Storms had lightened up basically by the time they had gotten to the Lexington area where I'm from. So, in Cincinnati area. So, where most of my family is at. So, everything's good. If you're out there, hopefully you're good as well. And if you have any family, friends, loved ones out there, hopefully you've gone and checked on them. In Tampa, it's the time of year where it just kind of rains out of nowhere. I think it's like a 5% chance of rain today, and then all of a sudden it comes a storm. So, welcome in. It is week 14. Or we are done with week 14, and we are now moving into week 15. But first, we need to recap everything that's going on. Let me do that. Man, guys. Oh, no. This is going to be bad. I'm going to have to raise myself up, huh? Oh, this doesn't go higher. Okay. We're going to have to sit up. Going to have to sit up all night because I don't have my monitors positioned where I need them to be. So, or you're just going to look at my forehead all night. Either way. Sorry, I moved to the streaming PC here, let me do this for a second. All right, you guys are going to have to hang on. Forehead and be Nick Merckx. Exactly. So since I moved to the streaming PC, I've been kind of tweaking some settings, making some stuff different, and I need to figure out exactly how I want this to be set up. Let's try this. Let's see. Does that work? Whoa, I feel like that's like, which side are we on? Nope, other side. So we can do this way. I know you guys don't want to see me that close. Okay. And then let's twist this guy over here just a little bit more. Oh, much better. Okay, cool. Now I gotta slide over here though. All right. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulties as we move through the new streaming PC. But we're now running at 60 frames per second and 6,000 bits a second. So we're full. We have the Go XLR set up. We've got the stream. I feel like I'm an official streamer now with an XLR and a stream deck. Like, isn't that the rite of passage for true streamers? Isn't that what all the streamers use? So I guess that officially makes me a streamer. I'm still learning all the stream stuff, but we're figuring out that part as we go. But we're here to talk about football. So week 14, what a hell of a week, man. We knew that this was going to be a little bit of a crazy week. 1:00 games on Sunday, really not pleasant at all. All the games that we thought were going to be good were blowouts, or that could potentially be good games or blowouts. The only one that was relatively close towards the end was Washington and Dallas, and really Dallas kind of dominated that game from start to finish, and there was just some weird stuff that happened that kind of allowed Washington to get back into it. Oh, that reminds me, pull up my notes. That allowed Washington to get back into it. What other games? Dallas, Washington, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Seattle, Houston was a blowout. KC, Las Vegas was a blowout. Good old Gus Bradley. New Orleans and Jets was a blowout. Carolina, Atlanta was kind of eh. And then Baltimore, Cleveland. Baltimore, Cleveland was all right. Or was that a 4:00? I think Baltimore, Cleveland was still a 1:00. But yeah, some really interesting games this week. We'll talk about all the 1:00 games. We'll probably speed through all the ones that were pretty much blowouts. We'll definitely get to Cards, Rams. We'll definitely get to Bills, Bucs. We'll definitely get to Bengals and 49ers. That was a hell of a game. Couple of games that went into overtime and the 4:00 slate. We'll talk about the Bears and we'll really talk about the Packers, but we'll talk about the Bears a little bit too. And we'll get into some interesting stuff, and then we've got tiers for the night. So we'll go through our team tiers at the end of the night. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name is Joe, NFLosophy on Twitch and on Twitter. Thank you. Gabe, by the way, just for the notes for next week, I saw Fuller for Washington is unvaccinated and missing the game next week. Next week is going to be interesting, and you know what? That's probably where we should start. I think there's 40 something players on the COVID list right now. I wonder if there's a full COVID list, right? Like that I could just, let's see, NFL COVID list. NFL COVID tracker. I just want a list of players. All right. Yeah, here's one from CBS. No, I don't want that. There's a serious amount of players that are all on the COVID list. So, just for example, you're talking about Kendall Fuller, right? Right, Gabe? So, Kendall Fuller, defensive tackle Tim Settle, no big deal. Jonathan Allen is on the COVID list. Casey Toohill, David Mayo, James Smith-Williams, Kaliki Hudson, and Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat should be back this week, I believe. But that's just on one team. That's 3, 6, 8 people. Jets have 3. Giants have a couple, including Kadarius Toney. Saints have a couple, but that's from last week, so they might be back, including Cam Jordan, Mark Ingram, Ty Montgomery. Alex Madison for the Vikings went on yesterday. Dede Westbrook as well. Let's see. Miami Dolphins, Phillip Lindsay, Javon Holland, Ahmed, Myles Gaskin. Rams all of a sudden now have a bunch. So Beckham is Odell Beckham was added to the Rams COVID list today. It didn't save, you jerks. Okay, I can do this. Sorry, I just realized something. I realized a couple of things. I went to restart and it wasn't. All right. I always forget to change my header. Recap. And then I also need to add that and that because we got to do team tiers tonight. All right. Rams now have, what is this, 10 guys? Odell Beckham, Terrell Burgess, Bryson Hopkins, Jordan Fuller, Juju Hughes, Alaric Jackson, Jalen Ramsey, Rob Havenstein, Dante Dion, and Darrell Henderson, all on. Rashawn Slater, Scott Quisenberry for the Chargers. Those are two pretty important names. I have a cough button now. It's amazing. Chris Jones was added today. That's going to be a huge one for them. And then the Lions have 7 people on. A lot of those from last week. Cleveland Browns have a ton of people on. Austin Hooper, Jarvis Landry, Takaris McKinley, Wyatt Teller, and Jedrick Wills all added as of today. That's going to be a massive one. They do still have a punter, Anthony Walker, linebacker, David Njoku still on, but those guys were added last week. So if they are vaccinated, then they will have the ability to go to be back next week, depending on, I don't know if that's outside of 10 days. Let's see. For the 9th and 19th. If they were put on COVID lists on the 19th, they're unvaccinated and they have to spend at least 10 days on it, I believe. So that basically means that Gillen and Walker would be out for the Browns. But yeah, there are a ton of people going on, and I don't think we're done yet. I think there's going to be more. Guys that go on. I think we're in that part of the year where it's basically these guys are spending time with friends, family outside of work, and they're spending it in closed and confined spaces, and that's going to create some issues. And it's going to create more of an opportunity for them to get it. And it doesn't matter what variant they get, right? It doesn't matter if it's Omicron and it's supposedly less lethal, or if it's, or if it's one of the older variants that could be a little bit more lethal. Doesn't matter. The NFL does not change the way that they view it. You get COVID, you got COVID. That's all they need to know. And based on your vaccination status determines what the next steps are and how long you're going to be out and what the protocol is for you to get back on the field. So, going to be an interesting week. Going to be a very, very hard week to pick games based on how many guys are in COVID protocol right now. So we'll see what that looks like as we go throughout the week. Hard to say now, right? I mean, Higbee was a false positive last night, right? He missed a game because of a false positive. So anything can happen, which I find very, very interesting. But we shall see. So that's going to be probably the biggest update for this week. And then anything else I missed in terms of news? I'm trying to think of anything. Oh, apparently John Mara loves Joe Judge and thinks that Joe Judge is going to be the next Bill Belichick. He thinks he has the next Belichick and wants to make sure that he's going to keep him around. So apparently Joe Judge is back with the Giants next year, which proves John Mara either doesn't watch his own football team play or he's a masochist, one or the other. I'm not sure, but those are the only two options at this point. So Gabe, I have no idea what that guy is thinking. No clue what that guy is thinking. But hey, he's made millions and billions, so what do I know? Right? He's the one out there running the team, so what do I know? But hey, good luck. The rest of the NFC East says thank you, John Mara, for keeping Joe Judge around. Clearly things have not gotten better since they swapped out offensive coordinators. I've said some positive things about Pat Graham. I don't think he has the weapons to use, but I also don't think that this week he had a particularly great game plan coming into it. I do think he was kind of outmanned and outnumbered and outgunned in this one. So I don't know how much you can put on him, but he deserves it. But overall, looking back at last week, huge week. So we ended up 10-4 on the week. So I know I had a handful of people that were messaging me, either replying to tweets or DMing me saying, Hey, I followed you in on a couple of these plays, cashed in big time this week. Really appreciate it. So I love to hear those if you guys have success stories. So first of all, I think you're crazy if you bet the NFL. If you're betting anything substantial based off of what I say, I think you're absolutely bonkers, but hey, it's your money. You do what you choose to do. That's why it's one of the reasons why there was somebody that I was talking to that was like, dude, you should still totally start a gambling website and sell your picks. And, for me, it's like, why would I have too much of a conscience to say, hey, here, sign up for a subscription to this website. Let me give you these picks. They may be good or they may not be good. And then you go bet your own hard-earned money on something that I could have led you in the wrong direction on. Some weeks are going to be good. Some weeks are going to be bad. A lot of times they're going to float around 500, but we tend to do better than the market does. We tend to win more than we lose, which is nice. But, Vegas was built on suckers, right? And people like me who think that they know what they're talking about. So I think you guys are bonkers for doing it, but I love seeing the success stories. And I apologize if I lead you guys in the wrong way, but I just could never charge you guys for something where I feel like, if I give these out for free and you of your own volition go choose to make bets, then hey, that's up to you. That's up to your money. I appreciate that you think that I know what I'm talking about. But the NFL is a crazy, crazy game. And so many things. It's kind of like, you can bet on the Ravens and Lamar Jackson all of a sudden goes down and you're like, well, there goes my bet. Well, it turns out that Tyler Huntley plays just fine behind him and ends up covering for you anyways. So weird stuff happens on a week-to-week basis. Good luck to you if that's how you choose to do it. But if you did follow us in this week, hopefully you got all the good ones and none of the bad ones. At one point, we were actually, three plays from being perfect on the week. So in Pittsburgh, if Friermuth catches that last throw from Big Ben, even if they don't get the 2-point conversion, we cover in that game. So it's the Friermuth drop in the touchdown. It wasn't really a drop. Harrison Smith made a great play. Friermuth not being able to get that. A missed extra point late in the Washington-Dallas game. Washington goes down, scores. They kick. After they score, they go to kick the extra point. They miss the extra point. We missed the cover because they're now down 7 instead of 6, and the line was 6.5. So we missed the cover on an extra point there. And then the late TD by the Ravens for the backdoor cover in Cleveland. So those three games, I'm happy with the way that those turned out. They pretty much turned out how we thought. We missed them all by like half a point, basically. So got to be happy with that. That's a damn good week. Even if we missed a couple on accident, we got lucky in some of the games too. So we'll take that. We'll take the positive with the negative. But really, really good week. Had a blast. The call in Arizona last night. I had somebody that messaged me and basically said, "Hey, huge week. I had a great week because of you. Are you still on Arizona tonight?" And I said, "Dude, I would take my money and run because this feels like a coin flip game." And then I thought whenever they announced that Ramsey was out, I thought that was going to be a big deal. It turned out not to be a big deal. The disguises and coverages that the Rams used were really, really good and caused some problems for Kyler Murray. And we'll talk about some of the things that they did and talk through that a little bit. So, but hell of a week. Hopefully we can keep this going. I felt like this week I had a much better feel for most of the games. I hated that we picked so many favorites, but it turned out to be the right call. The only upset of the week was Atlanta and the Rams. Those are the only two upsets of the week. Everybody else, all of the favorites won and covered except for Cleveland, right? Yeah. Arizona, Atlanta upset. Everybody else covered except for Cleveland. Insane. That's an insane week. That everybody did it like that. So yeah, fun week. Fun week. New stream setup. So if there are technical difficulties tonight, Forgive me. It is what it is. You like Baltimore covering? I thought that with the wind howling and 15 to 20 miles per hour, I thought it negated the pass game enough that that the Bengals had a bigger advantage in the run game. Turns out that they were actually still able to throw. Well, Huntley apparently was able to throw. Baker had a couple of nice throws and then some really, what are you doing type of throws. But honestly, they didn't look like they were affected by the wind. I think it was just either a receiver running the wrong route or miscommunication or whatever it was. But yeah, Baker still looked like a very mid-level quarterback. But we'll talk about that one specifically. All right, that's all the news and notes that I've got, at least for this week. Anything else you guys want to talk about before we get into all the games? I think we're good. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. I think we're good. We'll hit the Thursday night game. We'll hit that one very, very quickly because we usually recap that one on Sunday morning, but do want to kind of go through a couple more notes on it that might have happened on the rewatch. And then we will get into this week's game. I might turn the fan on tonight. See if this works. Hopefully you can't hear that. Hey, noise gate works. All right, cool. All right, let's get into it. And if you guys have any questions, obviously throw them in the chat. The thing is, by the way, the thing is still working. So let's see. Let's do this. Let's see. Vikings. For whatever reason, you have to do it twice now. And we put the Santa hats on them. Just a little bit of fun for the holiday spirit, the Christmas spirit. All right, let's see here. Pitt, Minnesota. So wild and crazy game. Minnesota goes up 29-0, then allows 20 points to the Steelers. Cousins hits KJ Osborne on a deep ball for a 62-yarder to make it 36-20. The game should feel out of reach at this point. But you knew watching the game, that it could get messy, right? We know the history of the Vikings. We know the Steelers like to play close games. There was something about me that said the Vikings are going to make this a close game. They're going to let the Steelers back into this, as they always do, and it's just absolutely insane to me that happens. Sure enough, Steelers score on a Friermuth TD with 4:14 left. It's now one score. Vikings get one first down before running twice with Alexander Madison and a Cousins incompletion to fourth and 8. And it's good to point out a couple of things here, right? So, first, Dalvin Cook at this point had 27 rushes for 205 yards, 2 TDs, and for some reason, the Vikings had Madison in at the end. Not sure if Cook was hurt or if they just thought the game was out of hand, but Cook didn't get the rushes out at the end, and I think that was a poor coaching call. If Cook was available, I haven't seen any notes onto why he wasn't in there, or if he was just sitting on the sideline for whatever reason. Also, that final drive for the Vikings started at 4:14. Steelers got the ball back with 2:16 left on the clock. So that means they had 6 plays. Out of 6 plays, you should get 4 minutes. If you're trying to drain the clock, you should get all 4 of those minutes. So the Vikings ticked 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes off the clock in 6 plays. So they did a horrible job of milking the clock in the situation and left too much time on for the Steelers. Steelers come down. Ben actually hits Friermuth in the chest with a football. He's got his hands on it, but it's a tough throw in the middle of 3 guys. Real tough catch in traffic. Harrison Smith comes in, does a great job of knocking the ball out at the last second. If you would have put the Steelers, it would have put the Steelers in position to go for 2 and tie it. And it also would have covered, by the way, obviously, as we just mentioned. Been in the game 28 of 40, 308, 3 TDs, 1 pick. Did take 5 sacks, had a 107.1 rating. Also had a fumble that he recovered. Najee goes 20 for 94, 1 TD, 3 catches for 10 yards, and another TD. Receiving, he was a big part of the game. Deontay Harris 5 of 76. Claypool, 8 of 93. Every week we always talk about those two players. Who's going to get the ball this week? It ended up being more of a Claypool week. James Washington and Friermuth had the two receiving TDs. The big story in this one, Cousins was 14 of 31, 216, 2 TDs, 2 picks, a rating of only 63.4. He has not been the accurate and effective Cousins over the last couple of weeks for whatever reason that is. And we talked about how Zimmer said that they wanted to be more aggressive on offense. But in this particular game, I didn't feel like they were more aggressive, except for a couple of plays. And I don't know if that means that the play calling has changed and Cousins hasn't adapted to it yet, or if Cousins is just pressing a little bit. Hard to say, to be honest, exactly what's going on there. He tends to be a little bit of a streaky quarterback. So I'm kind of interested to see how that plays out over the next few weeks. Vikings are still in the race, so it's going to be important for Cousins to get back on track. Cook, huge night. Wasn't supposed to go, right? Cook goes 27 for 205, 2 touchdowns, 1 catch for 17 yards. Madison only gets 6 totes for 27. Justin Jefferson, another big night, 7 for 79 and a touchdown. Osborne, 3 for 83 and a touchdown. One big, 62-yarder play in there, 63-yarder. That really led to that one. For some reason, the Steelers decided they did not want to focus on Justin Jefferson. And that was a huge mistake on their part. And they still somehow let Cook run for 200 on them while Jefferson was running wide open for a good portion of the night. Neither team was great on third down. Vikings 5 of 14, Steelers 4 of 13. But both were perfect for it when going on fourth down. I think together they were 3 for 3. And the Steelers are definitely a team that tends to go for it on fourth down. The Vikings are now all of a sudden a team that wants to go for it on fourth down. This has been a tendency breaker that they've had over the last couple of weeks. Not sure what changed with Mike Zimmer, but he is much more aggressive on fourth down than he's ever been. And I find that very, very interesting. Vikings still in the playoff hunt while the Steelers' hopes are fading at this point. Steelers are now the 11th seed. Vikings are the 8th seed in the NFC. Vikes have the same record as at 6-7 as Washington, who is inside of the bubble, but also as the Eagles, Falcons, and Saints. So if Washington or San Francisco falters, Vikes could be there to take their spot. Vikings do have a big game against Green Bay still left to go. They are either going to be able to play spoiler, or the end of their season is going to be the end of Zimmer. They have a real good shot to squeeze in. And as we've talked about, again, they're a team that can beat anyone on any given weekend, and they can lose to anyone on any given weekend. They damn near beat the Cardinals. Wait, did they? I can't remember. Did they actually beat the Cardinals? I can never remember who made that kick and who didn't. Let's see. Let's go back. Was that week 1? No, week 2. Here, let's just do this. There's a much faster way to do this. Yeah, Minnesota missed the kick at the end of the game and ended up losing that one. So they damn near beat the Cardinals. They lost to the Lions. It's the Vikings are a very up and down team. And that, as good as they can be, as bad as they can be, it basically evens out to make them an average team. I do think that they're going to end up slightly over 500. They have, let's see, Vikings still have the Bears. Looks like they have the Bears on Monday night. Then they have the Rams, Packers, and Bears again. So probably 2-2. They should be 2-2 leaving out of those games. So weird. I mean, they could. Yeah. They could, Gabe. Steelers definitely could end up as 8-1. Vikings don't have a tie on their record, so they would end up needing to tie somewhere along the way. But it wouldn't, 500 would definitely be fitting for the Vikings for sure. Neither of these teams beat the Lions, by the way. Neither the Steelers nor the Vikings beat the Lions, because the Steelers tied the Lions and the Vikings lost to them. So Really, really fun. Really, that was a fun game. That was a blast of a game to watch. I don't care if teams get out to a big lead. If the other team comes back, it's always super, super fun. All right. Let's see. What other game do we want to get into? Let's mark that one off. All right. Dallas, Washington. This was a game that coming into it, I was excited to see how Washington came into this game. My expectation, offensive line was going to be fine. I definitely overestimated them in that particular portion of the game, particular element. I think Washington's O-line did not hold up in this particular game. Heinicke had a horrible game. There's not really a lot of good to say about Washington's defense actually played pretty well in this. We'll talk about that in a second. So as the game flow went, Dallas jumps out to a big lead. They're up 24-0. They had a fumble return for a TD on a sack of Heinicke, three field goals for Zuerlein. Dak had a passing TD to Cooper, I believe. Washington gets its first points off after Cam Sims catch and run for a 43-yard TD. Zuerlein tacks on a field goal. Washington found some semblance of offense for a short period of time. Jonathan Williams punches it in from 1 yard out. Washington would end up missing the 2-point conversion to make it 27-14 at that point. Dak throws a late. This is in the fourth quarter by now. Dak throws a late pick six to linebacker Kyle Holcomb. He just never saw him. He was looking at the open receiver, rolled out a little bit, and Holcomb just tracked his eyes and ran right underneath the throw. Makes it 20-27. That's where the kicker misses the extra point, which would have covered the 6.5 for us on this one. I was pretty pissed about that one. I was like, that should have been an easy one. Washington then kicks it deep. They do end up getting a 3 and out. They have a chance. They get the ball back. They have a chance to tie the game. But the Dallas defensive line, which was absolutely dominant in this game, sacks Kyle Allen. Heinicke had been knocked out of the game earlier in the game, returned, gets knocked out again. Allen ends up fumbling. Cowboys get the ball back, get one first down, and then kneel it out. So even though Washington got whipped up front all game long, they still had plenty of shots to win this game. It was weird because it felt like even whenever Washington was moving the ball, it never felt like they were really in the game. It always felt like Washington was just so far out of it. The Dallas was still controlling the game. But somehow, some way, they still had a shot to be able to win the game late, and they just can never get any pass blocking up front. Oh, necessarily the Vikings did beat the Lions because they played twice. That's okay, fair. Wait, have they played twice? I thought they played Oh no, I thought they had a game left. Let's see. Oh, okay. I was thinking of the Bears, I guess. Okay, so they did. They did beat the Lions 19-17. Big winner. And yes, Gabe, Dallas did try to lose this game. The funny thing is the defense played well for the most part. The defense actually only gave up 1 TD, and 2 of the 3 field goals that they gave up were off of turnovers that started in Washington that gave Dallas the ball in Washington territory, including one on the Washington 25. So the Washington defense actually played pretty well. Dak was not accurate in this game. He was not as sharp as he has been in some games. The killer for Washington in this one was bad O-line play, and then Heinicke just did not have the goods for this one. He was really, really bad. Obviously, those two kind of go hand in hand, but even when the offensive line held up, Heinicke was not good. Cowboys D-line was just dominant. Dallas should have closed out the game earlier and never let Washington back into it. In the second half, both defenses did play well. Dallas opened the second half with a 43-yard drive and a punt, and then had drives of 16 yards, 15 yards, 6, -10, 4, 7, and 8. the rest of the game. So that's no bueno whatsoever for the Cowboys. And it's actually funny because it's kind of indicative of what it kind of mirrors what the Bucs did. They got up big early, they let them back into it. Browns did the same thing. They got up big, they let them back into it. And they basically, all three teams kind of went conservative in their play calling, and could not push the ball at all at certain points. And that's how the other team comes back. So we can blame the defenses all we want about those particular games. But the offense has had a pretty big hand into it too. And we'll talk about the other games in a minute. This is an example of a good team picks each other up on both sides of the ball. The offense struggled a little bit. The defense helped the offense out in this particular one. It's good. It's sometimes you gotta, sometimes you just gotta win, right? This is a divisional game on the road in December, and sometimes you gotta win ugly. And maybe you don't play your best game. Maybe you don't have your whole offense, whatever the case may be. Sometimes you just got to find a way to win. Luckily for the Cowboys, they end up holding on for this one. And here's the thing. I feel like there's a perception or a feeling that when you get up early and then give the lead back, but still win, that's actually worse. It feels worse, or the perception about that type of win is worse than if you get down and then come back late in the game and win it late. Because then you're fighting back, right? Like, then it feels like you're fighting back. It's just like the first quarter, first half doesn't matter whenever we're talking about the narrative of a game. It's only about what happens in the second half. Can you claw back? Can you win it? Well, why'd you get down by 20 points in the first place? Right? Like, I don't think it's fair to look at those two as two separate things. I think if you're able to hold on to a big lead, I think that is just as important, if not more important. It's a better thing for a team like Dallas to get up big early and then maybe start to give it back, but hold on to it in the end, than get down big and then have to fight back and claw back. I don't think I don't think they deserve credit for having it one way or another. A win's a win. Sometimes you got to win ugly. So can't not talk about Micah Parsons. What an absolute monster he was in this game and has been all year. It doesn't matter where they put Micah Parsons. He's been an absolute beast. And here's the thing, right? So they put Micah Parsons at defensive end because DeMarcus Lawrence and Randy Gregory both go down at the same time. They need somebody to fill in. They're like, hey, Micah Parsons can rush. He can beat the end. They put him in, and holy cow, he ends up being an amazing pass rusher on the edge, which is fantastic. I don't think that's how Dallas was intending to use them, but they kind of fumbled into it, which is fine. They ended up getting there. But even with Gregory and Lawrence back, and I like how Dan Quinn phrased this, I think they said this on the broadcast, is we had to use him at defensive end because that's what we needed him for. Now with Gregory back, now with DeMarcus back, now we can put him wherever we want. We can still line him up at defensive end if we want to, but we can also line him up over top of the center, standing up and still rushing the passer. We can play him off the ball. We can play him on the edge. We can do whatever we want with Micah Parsons. And he can wreck a game from any of those places. So love the idea of that. We'll see how well they can execute that going forward. But against Washington, they did a damn good job of it. I think Gregory ended up with the final sack fumble. Lawrence, did Lawrence end up having a pick? I want to say either Gregory or Lawrence ended up having a pick in this particular game. Of course, I'm on the wrong week. Let's see. Dallas, Washington, Dallas. Randy Gregory, 1 interception. That's what it was. 1 interception, 1 pass deflection, 2 QB hits, 1 forced fumble. He had a forced fumble and an interception. Micah Parsons, he had a sack too. Micah Parsons, 2 sacks, 3 total tackles, 2 QB hits, a forced fumble himself. DeMarcus Lawrence had a sack. Just an all-around just ass whipping up front. I mean, Honestly, Dallas just beat the out of Heinicke in this game. Y'all weren't ready for that, huh? I'm gonna use the daily. I'm gonna kill that. My beat button is gonna be out there. On the Go XLR actually, but yes, I got a Stream Deck too. I need it. I need to figure out how to use all of these things, but yes, definitely. All right, Dallas looking forward. So talked about this. I tweeted about this last night actually. So it's interesting whenever you look at. It's now Green Bay number 1. Tampa Bay number 2, Cardinals are 3, Cowboys are 4. And when we look at the Cowboys' remaining schedule, they get Pittsburgh, Arizona. Giants, Washington, Arizona, Eagles. So, definitely 2 to 3 games that they should win in there. I would say at least 2. Problem is they're all divisional matchups, and then Arizona stacked in there as well. That Dallas Arizona game is going to tell us a lot about both of those teams in Week 17, and it's going to mean a lot to the final playoff seeding. So, really, really interesting run down to the wire for the Cowboys. They cannot turn it off. Arizona might be better on the road. I don't know, Gabe. I haven't seen their splits. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I mean, possibly. They looked pretty flat last night. We'll talk about it whenever we get to the Arizona game. I'll give you my thoughts on Arizona. All right, that's it for Washington, Dallas. Again, let me know if there's anything else you want to talk about, any questions you guys have about it. Tudor G, welcome in. Gabe, welcome in. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the chat. Jacksonville, Tennessee. We probably won't spend a whole lot on this one. So I was pretty spot on about this game prediction. Titans don't have a great offense right now. Ever since Henry went out, they're struggling to figure it out. But their defense can be good enough to stop other teams and give them a chance. The Jags only get 9 first downs. 9 first downs in this game. Trevor throws 4 picks. Jags rush for a total of 8 yards. 8 whole yards rushing, which probably explains why Trevor threw 4 picks. Julio comes back. While he ended up only having 4 catches for 33 yards, he had a couple really nice grabs on some trust throws from Tannehill. Tanny was 20 of 31, 191, no touchdowns, no picks, rating of 81.5. He did have 4 rushes, 29, and a touchdown on the ground. He was sacked 4 times, which is kind of the thing that I was worried about. He's got to understand what he's working with in terms of an O-line, and he's got to get rid of the ball quicker. He's athletic, but he ain't that athletic. And this offensive line for the Titans, much better run blocking than they are pass blocking. Deontay Foreman ends up getting a touchdown. In this one, Titans are struggling to find offense. And while they won by 20, it's still just the Jags. Nothing about this game makes me feel any different about them than I did before, and I don't have the most optimistic opinion on them right now. If you put the Titans and Colts in front of me right now and said these two teams are playing against each other, who's going to win? I'm picking the Colts. And that's hard for me to do whenever they got Carson Wentz. So yeah, not the biggest fan of the Titans, but really interested to see how they kind of pull it together going down the stretch. And then there's a rumor that they may possibly end up getting Derrick Henry back for the playoffs. If they're able to make it into the playoffs, he potentially could make it back in time. I need to research that a little bit more. Being like Aaron Rodgers, do my own research, but it's very possible that he gets back in. Gabe, I heard on the radio the Colts don't turn it over, and all I thought is, have you watched Wentz? So that's the thing. The radio is actually right. Wentz is having one of his least. He's protecting the ball better this year than he ever has. His interception percentage is lower than it's ever been. He's pretty much even in terms of fumbles. When Wentz has turnovers, they are catastrophic and they are highlight reel worthy. That's the problem, is when he does turn it over, there's a story, and it runs for a week, and we get to see highlights of it over and over and over and over again. But the reality is Wentz is not turning the ball over that much. He had a few in the Bucs game. But that's basically what happens whenever you ask Carson Wentz to throw the ball 40 times. And that was one of the keys of the game for the Bucs in that particular one, is the more we can get the ball in Carson Wentz's hand and make him throw the ball, the more likely we are to get turnovers. But the reality is Carson's only having to throw 25 to 30 times a game, and they're going to be just fine because the defense is good enough. And Jonathan Taylor is just an absolute destroyer of defenses so far this year. So, and that offensive line is pretty ridiculous too, which helps out both Carson and the run game. So it'll be fascinating. Colts are off this week, so that's one of the reasons why we can talk about them a little bit. But yeah, they're gonna be a fascinating team to look forward to as well. It's funny because with the way that the Titans played this week, I feel better about the Colts after this week. Problem is Colts now get, as you said, the Patriots, then they get Arizona, and then they get the Raiders and the Jags. So we'll see. Colts have a pretty rough schedule, in my opinion. I mean, that Raiders game's not a pushover for them either. Jags will be a nice little bye week to end the season for them, though. They need to be in position for the playoffs as they go into week 18. All right, Jacksonville, Tennessee. We talked about that one. Seattle, Houston. Seattle covers the 8.5. The one thing there's a couple things that I'll say. Actually, I think there's 3 things to take away from this game for Houston. So Mills started off extremely hot in this game. I want to say he completed like his first 14 passes or something like that. He actually played pretty well throughout. He regressed a little bit towards the end of the game. He was hot early and then was just kind of mediocre towards the end, but good enough considering what other rookie quarterbacks have done this year. It was good to see him do that. I'm not sure that it's an indication that he's progressing or if the Seattle defense is just really, really bad. I think it's a little bit of both. On the quick watch that I had of this game, he ultimately ended up 33 of 49, 331, 1 touchdown, no picks, 93.2 rating. He was clean and efficient for most of the game. Cooks, we love Cooks. We love Cooks on this channel. Cooks has 8 catches for 101. The other positive that I saw in this game, Nico Collins looked pretty decent in this one. Stuck out in a positive way. Ended up with 5 catches, 69 yards. He's an intriguing player to watch and see how he develops going forward. The Texans are just in such a bad spot. I mean, everybody likes Caserio because he came from the Belichick regime. Has all of those years, but let's not forget that the Pats were not great at drafting the last 3 or 4 years of Caserio. We talked about how bad the roster was last year, and everybody blames that on Belichick, and he deserves that for sure. But at the same time, not really sure that was all him. I mean, Caserio was the one leading that scouting department. So how much do you put on Bill? How much do you put on Caserio? Who knows? But I do think that was I do think that was an interesting thing to note to see how this works going forward, because Davis Mills looks like a waste of a draft pick. Looks like a waste of a 2nd or 3rd round or whatever he was. And they're just going to have to rework this quarterback position all over again. They're going to have to rework the O-line, D-line. They basically got to rework the whole team. This is a multi-year rebuild, and they're about to lose their best quarterback. They need to get picks for him. At this point, I understand why they're paying him all that money, because the picks are going to be more important than the dollars. But we'll see. We'll see how that works for them. If you're a Texans fan right now, I feel bad for you. Good luck. Hope you have lots of bourbon, lots of whiskey, whatever it is that you drink, by your TV on Sundays. I think the takeaway from this game for Seattle is that they are good enough when Russ is good, and they're bad when he's bad. Russ's stats didn't really stick out in this one. However, Russ ended up with probably the best game that he's had definitely the best game he's had since coming back from mallet finger. And then I can't really remember any of the games that I felt like before that he played really, really well. And I feel like the numbers for this one indicate that he wasn't all that great. I feel like he was pretty impressive based on the play of the offensive line, and being able to get the ball to his playmakers. He did a good job of taking care of the football, kept the chains moving, he let the run game work for the offense, which was really good to see. It helps that Rashad Penny also looked phenomenal. He ended up with 16 carries for 137 and 2 TDs. Huge day for Rashad Penny. I know a guy that picked up Alex Collins and played him thinking he was going to be the starter for this game. And I think it ended up costing him a chance in the playoffs, unfortunately for him. Big game for Lockett. Lockett went 5 for 142 and a touch. Metcalf was a little disappointing, 4 for 43. I thought he would have played a bigger part, especially in the red zone. Here's the thing about Seattle. Seattle is not good enough to get into the playoffs and make a run or do anything like that. They are not even close to that. However, playing in the NFC West, they're good enough to play spoiler down the stretch for whoever it is that they play, and that's going to be fun to watch. So if we go and look at Seattle's schedule for the rest of the year, Seattle gets the Rams this week in LA, then they're home against Chicago, home against Detroit, and then they're in Arizona to finish it out. So they could play spoiler for the Rams and the Cardinals. Could be really fun for them. I would expect that by the end of this week they're going to be out of the playoff race. I don't think they're technically out of it now. I think there's only like 5 teams that are out of it, and they're all pretty terrible. Yes, 4 teams that are out of it. So Lions, Jags, Texans, Jets are out of it right now. Lions 1-11-1. Sorry. Jacksonville 2-11, Texans 2-11, Jets 3-10. So only 4 teams that are out of it so far. Panthers, Seahawks. Let's see. Panthers, Seahawks, Giants, and Bears all on the verge of potentially being out of it. Giants and Bears both at 4-9. Seahawks and Panthers both at 5-8. So we'll see how that turns out this week. All right. Let's see. What's my teaser? Let's talk about how stubborn Gus Bradley is. Recapping Las Vegas, KC right now. Guessing New England D game plan is have Wentz throw. Yes, 1000% Gabe. They know that Jonathan Taylor is the guy. They will deploy whatever strategy they need. They will deploy whatever strategy they need to stop Jonathan Taylor. And the thing is I don't even know if they feel like they can get a real good pass rush, because this offensive line for Indy is pretty damn good. So that'll be interesting to see how they do, but pretty much. Your cliff notes on Gus Bradley press conference seemed right. Then you listened. Yes. Yep. So let me kind of recap how this week played out for me, right? Whenever it comes to this particular game. This ended up becoming one of the easiest calls of the week, thanks to Gus Bradley. So after last week, I looked at this game and I said, okay, Vegas KC, we know that Gus Bradley went into that game and said, we're going to do what we need to do, basically, right? We're going to play cover 3. That's what we do. We play cover 3. We play zone 80% of the time. We don't change very much from that. So we're going to do what we do, and we're going to execute well against it, and we're going to be able to stop KC. And this was before the first game. And basically all of Twitter and every other team in the NFL have said, hey, Gus, you might not want to do that. That's exactly the wrong thing that you should be doing. You should play cover 2 like everybody else does. And it's shown to be really, really effective. And there's like 10 games of evidence to be able to do this at this point, to show that this is effective against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and the Chiefs offense. So you should probably try that. And he's like, no. I'm smarter than all of you guys. I don't need your help. We're going to go out. We're going to play fast and we're going to execute. Fantastic. Patrick Mahomes a few weeks ago goes out, puts up 400 yards and 5 TDs on Gus Bradley and his defense. Fast forward to this week. The question becomes, as it was a few weeks ago, hey, Gus Bradley, are you going to change your defense? Are you going to play this differently? And DC's offensive coordinators, they usually end up with like one press conference a week. Somebody called it out. Hey, Gus's press conference is out 13 minutes. Have you listened to it? What do you think about it? And I immediately went and looked for it. So I replied to that and I said, I don't think I need to listen to it because I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say. Something to the effect of, we just need to execute better. The scheme is fine. We need to execute better. And the very first question in that press conference is, hey, you play a lot of cover 3. Patrick Mahomes has shown that he can play pretty well against that, but not as good against some other type of coverages like too high. Is that something that's going into your game plan this week? And Gus effectively says, no, we're going to do what we do. We're going to continue to do what we think we're good at. And, I think if we play fast and we execute better than we did last time, then we'll be just fine. And I went, where's my sports book? Where can I go to place as much money as I have in the bank on this game right now? And then I went ahead and listened to the rest of the interview. And I said, okay, well, I already had KC by 9.5 because I really liked them because their defense is really improving. Like, it's not just an accident. Like, they're actually improving incredibly on a week-to-week basis. Chris Jones kicked inside. Frank Clark has come out and playing well all of a sudden. Melvin Ingram has allowed those two guys to flourish because now he's in there. And the thing is Ingram isn't overly productive, but his presence there makes other teams have to respect him and not be able to put so much focus on Clark and on Chris Jones. And so Ingram's playing pretty well. Gay's been playing pretty well at the linebacker position. Tyrann Mathieu flying all over the field. They've got Daniel Sorensen out. A lot of good things happening. So no matter what, with the decline of the Vegas offense, the KC defense kind of emerging and becoming a competent unit, I was like, this is 9.5. I feel pretty good about that. Listen to the press conference. Within the first 60 seconds went, yep, it's KC by 30. And then I went ahead and listened to the rest of it. And they said, well, what about, do you feel like Jonathan Abrams is going to get attacked in this one? Is John Abram going to get attacked? And he's like, well, by the nature of our defense, that position is going to get attacked. It's just part of it. And we think that John Abram can live up to it. And I went, oh my God, double whatever that is. It's no longer 30, make it 40. And I kind of hedged my bet a little bit, went and said, hey, I listened to this and I thought they would cover the 9.5. Now I think they're going to cover by 30. And then sent out the tweet that, hey, if and when Gus Bradley does not change from cover 3, he should lose. And the Chiefs put up 40 in this game. He should lose his job. Just be done with it. Everybody else sees this. How is it that some random guy in Tampa, Florida can sit here and watch twice? Guy is not even in the league. Not a coach, like doesn't understand scheme at all, not an X and O's nerd, but can sit here and go, yeah, you're going to get torched. Yeah, that's a bad idea. You probably shouldn't do that. This is going to be bad. How can that happen with somebody that is a professional getting paid millions of dollars at that level? It's frustrating to no end to see shit like this happen because they had no business going out and playing that defense. And here's the thing. I know Rich Bisaccia knew that going in too, but he also said that the offense and the defense are run by the coordinators and he's not one to typically step in. If this were his team, if this were Bisaccia's team, I think Gus Bradley would be fired. Like if he were the normal head coach, I think Gus Bradley would be fired. Because think about it, right? Like with all of this stuff with Vegas going, like all the bad stuff that's happened on this for this Raiders team, Ruggs, Gruden gone, all of that. It's all happened to the offense. Defense has been pretty healthy. Like none of this is really like none of that weird, random, awful, terrible stuff has kind of happened to them. They should be fine. They should be getting better throughout the year, not worse. They should be improving. They should be adjusting on a week-to-week basis. You can totally justify the offense falling off, right? And we talked about this earlier in the year. The further they get away from Gruden, the worse this offense is going to look, because Gruden had such a big impact on the play calling and the scheme and the design and the architecture of this offense and the big play ability specifically, because he was dialing them up earlier in the year, man. Specifically in the fourth quarter and overtime, he and Carr could not miss on some of those big plays. As we've moved away from the Gruden era, you're getting less Gruden, more Olsen, and now all of a sudden it ain't the same, right? And it's not just losing Ruggs. Like, they've got Jackson. They're not deploying Jackson the way that they should be. Again, you got to put that on Olsen. You can say he doesn't know the playbook, whatever. Who cares? Run it, put him out there and have him running sprints down the field every single play. Make those safeties respect him. And when they don't, throw it up top. He can run go routes, run nines all day long, and he'll be fine. So you can understand the regression of the offense. However, defense, what in the world are you doing? I don't get it. So after watching the press like knowing that they're going to be bad, knowing Gus Bradley's not going to change, listening to the press conference, saying 2 or 3 stupid things in there, to me, it was like, oh, Chiefs are going to win this by 40. I think I technically said 30. Here's the thing. Let's see. I think I wrote this down. Yeah, I said, after watching that presser, I'm sure it's the Chiefs by 30. And I underestimated. The Chiefs put up 35 in the first half. In the first half, the Chiefs had 35.7. Now, let's be fair. 7 of those points were on the defense. They did have a fumble or a pick. It was Josh Jacobs' fumble on the first play of the game. That's what it was. And that's the funny thing is Josh Jacobs fumbled on the first play of the game, and it only got worse from there. Like, that to me should be the worst play of the game. When you give up 6 points on an offense to the defense, that should be the low point of the game for you. No, it got worse from there. Chiefs put up 35 in the first half. They led by 32 at halftime. They end up winning by 39. The Chiefs should send a Gus Bradley care package with a note that says, thank you for being you. Thank you for doing you. Don't let anybody else tell you how you should run your defense, because we love the way you run your defense. I tweeted out earlier, Gus Bradley deserves Coach of the Year for what he's done for the Chiefs offense and getting them back on track. It's so frustrating to watch professional coaches do this stuff. It's so obvious, and they're just like, nah, not going to pay attention to it. Again, the difference in this game is that the Raiders offense is not as good as what it used to be, and the Chiefs defense is much better than what it was. There's too much Olsen in the offense, not enough Gruden. Here's the thing. The Raiders still have enough juice on offense and enough of a pass rush to potentially claw back into the AFC wildcard race, but it's a big hill to climb with 4 weeks left. They're sitting at 6-7. They're the 12th seed between the Steelers and Dolphins. And they're trending in the wrong direction. Things just do not look good for the Raiders. I think it's probably about time for them to pack it up, and we'll see how much fight they've got in them, right? Let's see. Raiders get Browns, Broncos, Colts. Yeah, they're done. They need to win out, and there's no shot they win. There's no shot they go 4-0 in Cleveland, home against Denver, in Indy, home against the Chargers. So we can start counting the Raiders out at this point. One last note on the Chiefs for this one. I talked about it a little bit. Frank Clark showed up big in this game. That's going to be huge. If he gets going and they have Ingram and Jones on this defensive line, and they're all playing very, very well, that is a major, major thing for this defense. And it's going to be a little bit scary for the rest of the AFC. KFC is now 9-4. They're the 3 seed. behind the Pats and Titans at 1-2. They're tied with the same record as the Pats and Titans at 9-4, right? I think that's right. Yeah, Pats, Titans, Chiefs, all 9-4, 1, 2, and 3 in the playoff seeding. Chiefs get Chargers, Steelers, Bengals, and Broncos. So not the easiest schedule, but also not daunting either. They've definitely got a good shot going into the last few weeks of the season. Chiefs very well could end up. I feel like the Chiefs have a really good shot at the number 1 seed. Pats don't necessarily have the easiest schedule, but neither do the Chiefs. But I have more confidence in the Chiefs. I mean, it feels like a 2-horse race between the Pats and Chiefs because Titans, I don't feel good about. Ravens are the number 4 seed. I don't feel good about. Chargers, they've been playing better the last 2 games. Still not totally back on the bandwagon. I'm kind of like 1 foot on the bandwagon. Maybe just like on a skateboard, kind of being drug along, waiting for my chance to get on. But I'm not there yet. Colts are in the 6th seed. They don't feel like a number 1 team. Bills obviously taking their lumps, tough schedule. But they're down here because they're down in the 7th seed because they lost to the Jags, not because they lost to the Bucs. Let's be real. Like the Bucs thing, like they had flagged that one and knew it was going to be a tough game, and still almost pulled out a win. But really, it's on them to beat the Jags. If they don't lose to the Jags, they're 8-4 or 8-5, and sitting in that 4 or 5 spot. So that's on them. And then Browns, Bengals, Broncos, none of those feel like 1 seeds. So it's a 2-horse race in the Patriots and the Chiefs. Ravens are too banged up. Not sure what's up with Lamar at this point. I think it was a lower sprained ankle, not a high ankle sprain. So I think he's going to be fine. All right. Chiefs, Raiders. New Orleans, New York. And we're probably not going to spend too much time on this. Taysom Hill, Alvin Kamara. They're a fun little 1-2 punch, man. I don't know how many of you guys actually watched this game. But when both of these guys are rolling and the offensive line is healthy, this is going to be a fun little package to watch. And I was looking forward to this before the game because I thought, hey, this might be interesting. And especially against a terrible Jets defense makes it a little bit more fun to watch for sure. I'm interested to see kind of how this goes against a defense like the Bucs this week, who they get. Hill in this game was 15 of 21. So he 21 drop. Well, I wouldn't say 21 dropbacks. I'd have to actually look to see how many dropbacks he had. But in terms of attempts, he's 15 of 21. Fairly efficient. 175, 11 rushes for 73 yards, including a 44-yarder that was pretty late in there. Kamara goes 27 for 120, 1 touchdown, 4 catches, 25 yards. Little 1-2 right here is going to be fun. Tudor G, love the Saints O-line so much. I do too when they're healthy. When it's Ramczyk and Armstead and McCoy, when they've got those guys, for whatever reason, they haven't been very good at the guard position lately. But if they're fully healthy and they have these 2 guys, that's it's kind of a little matchup problem for a lot of teams. Zach Wilson without Elijah Moore, so his offense is not full strength. I mean, let's be honest. When the Jets are fully healthy, they're still not full strength on offense. So I don't think you could call them full strength. Zach Wilson without Elijah Moore, 19 of 42. Ouch. Less than 50%. 202, no picks, no touchdowns, 3 sacks, a 59.8 rating. Did have 4 rushes for 33 yards. He was just not very good in this one. And we called this one right. He struggled to find open receivers. There weren't many, to be honest. And when there were, he wasn't great at throwing to them. Look, we called this. We said that the Saints were going to be a matchup problem for Zach Wilson. They play some tight man coverage, and they'll mix some things up on him. They'll bring some blitzes that he's never seen before, and it's going to cause some issues. And sure enough, it did. And this game pretty much played out like we thought it would. Between Kamara and Taysom Hill, they've got plenty of juice on offense, especially against this Jets defense. I don't think the Saints are overly dangerous, but I now kind of feel like I felt about the Panthers earlier on in the season. If they can get anything out of the QB position, and they're healthy along the offensive line, they can be dangerous. They can be a problem for some of these teams that they're going to face in the last 4 weeks. The problem is now they get Indy, then Buffalo and New York, and I think that pretty much douses their chances. Wait, is that right? Was I smoking something whenever they get Bucs? Yeah, I must have been smoking something, or I typed something in the wrong spot. All right, so the Saints get the Bucs this week, and they get Dolphins, Panthers, Falcons. So they could win 3 out of 4 of those. If they go 3-1, they end up 9-8. They have a shot, man. If the other teams don't stay on their toes, because remember, Washington's 6-7, Saints are also 6-7. But there's such a cluster at the end of the NFC, right? So Washington 6-7, Vikings, Eagles, Falcons, Saints, all 6-7. Not to mention the Niners are 7-6. So that's gonna be fun. Saints D is not a good matchup for Tampa Bay. It's weird. For whatever reason, Brady never plays well against them. I think they're fine. Like, for whatever reason, I think they're going to end up with a pretty good game plan in this one. I don't think they're stupid enough to try to run into the teeth of that defense and that run defense. I think they're going to have to pick out exactly what Dennis Howland does a good job of mixing things up from game to game to game. He does that almost as well as Belichick does. So that's one thing. It's going to be a fun chess match to look at what they've done over the last few weeks and see how they're playing. I think, to me, it's, hey, light it up. And if you turn the ball over 2 or 3 times against the Saints, I don't care. Because Brady's not going to put the ball in harm's way too much. He did a little bit this week, actually. But he's not going to put it in, like, it's not going to go to the other team very much when it's in his hands. So give him an opportunity to put up 30 or 40 points on this defense. Push, make him have pressure, force Taysom Hill to make some passes. If Taysom Hill has to throw 30 times, he's probably going to give the Bucs 2 or 3 opportunities at picks. And that's basically going to even the game out. So that's a little preview for next week's Saints and Bucs game. So yeah. Atlanta, Carolina, we'll get through this one pretty quickly too. I like these easy games. They're super fast. Atlanta, Carolina, Cam Newton benched after a pick 6 early on. So what does PJ Walker do? Comes in and immediately throws an interception of his own. Overall, Walker only looked slightly better than Cam in this one. The problem is their O-line is so bad. It doesn't matter who they run out there at QB. It's going to be tough. The running backs aren't terrific. Joe Brady is probably sitting somewhere drinking a beer, laughing, knowing he's getting paid and knowing that it's immediately clear that he wasn't the problem. Cordell Patterson is just still pretty insane to me. He shouldn't be this good with this offensive line and the lack of weapons surrounding him. It's good that he's got Matt Ryan who can get the ball to him in the windows that he's good in. It's impressive to watch him on a week-to-week basis. I don't know if Near is here, but I hope he or she took the bet of the Cordell Patterson touchdown anytime that I think they said that they were going to take. Cam Newton, by the way, I think he should be drawn up on charges for theft of $8 million from the Panthers. They've had 3 games out of him so far and have basically gotten worse with him at quarterback. But hey, the Panthers are in win now mode, right? And you know what? Carolina, they're really in win now mode because if they lose one more, they're out of the playoffs. Problem is they get the Bucs twice. So yeah, this season isn't turning out like the Panthers thought it would whenever they made a move for Stephon Gilmore and signed Newton, thinking he was going to be enough to get them to the playoffs. They're just not very good on offense. Like without CMC, like I said, I like DJ Moore. Robbie Anderson, I'm not a huge fan of, but I'm lukewarm. He's coming around. When he actually has a quarterback that can potentially throw him the ball, he looks a little bit better. He had a decent game in this one, ended up catching a touchdown. there's just not a whole lot going on offense. And I don't know how you make this offense into a good offense with this offensive line and any quarterback, like unless you've got the top 5 in there. And even then, I'm not sure how well they'd do. Defense is good. Problem is you can run flat over the defense if you got a good offensive line. So secondary is good. So yeah, that's that one. All right. Let me send a tweet out on Baltimore, Cleveland. I know I've got some Cleveland folks. Ravens, Browns let's see. Are the Browns playoff team? Do they deserve it? And how do the Ravens recover? Of course, I forgot. So those are the things we'll recap, but then we'll talk a little bit about those things as well. Because I do want to talk about are the Browns actually worthy of being in the playoffs? And we can talk about the Ravens in the same manner, in the same fashion, actually, right? Let's see. All right, so let's talk about the game first between the Ravens and the Browns. This was one of the games that I was interested in seeing, right? So AFC North matchup, very, very tight AFC North race in Cleveland in December. Like this is one of the, this is what the old guys like to say. This is a football guy's game, right? Just knock them down and running into their face and knock their teeth out, bulldog type of game. You know, players eating glass and all of those idioms or sayings or cliches that they put out there. The funny thing is, well, not funny thing, but one of the bad things about this game, Lamar goes down in the second quarter with an ankle sprain. He's out. Tyler Huntley comes in to take his place. It's 10-0 by the time Huntley comes in. Browns take the next possession, score a TD, make it 17-0. It looked like the Browns were going to roll on both offense and defense until Baker throws a ball. It looked like the wide receiver, and I haven't watched it on the All-22 yet, but it looks like Baker thinks that the receiver is going to run an in hook, and the receiver runs an out hook, and Baker basically throws it right to the defensive back. And if he had a couple of these, so I'm not sure who actually read that wrong, or if Baker just had a misfire. But I mean, it looked like the intended receiver was the Ravens guy. I think it was Averett on that particular one. Winds were fairly strong, blowing between 15 to 20 miles per hour, but that didn't impact this particular throw. Like I said, it was a beauty of a spiral right into the chest of the defender. So that's where he was aiming. It looked like, and the wind didn't affect it to the degree that it needed to be affected to get to where it got to. Tucker kicks field goal, makes it 17-3. Myles Garrett is just an absolute monster. Garrett strips Huntley, picks it up himself for a defensive TD. It was funny. He strips it, turns around, has time to look. Like one of his guys tries to go get the ball, and the guy like clearly can't just come up with it. So Myles Garrett goes and swipes it out from under his feet of his own guy, and then takes it into the end zone for a short little return. But he's just, Myles Garrett is unfair, and I love that bookend defensive ends that the Browns have in Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney had a big game in this one too. Ended up with an important sack towards the end. Let's see. Baltimore adds a field goal before the half, try to make it a close ball game. On the opening drive from the Ravens, they drive down the field on a really good drive, but then Huntley is stripped again to kill the drive. From there, it's ball control the whole game way for the Browns, and that's ultimately what lets the Ravens back into the game. The Browns kind of just shut down the offense, and I get it, right? Like if you have Baker, you don't want him throwing it all around the field in gusty winds against a opportunistic Ravens defense. But you got to figure out a different way to get yards and to get first downs whenever the run game isn't working. The run game was not particularly effective. Actually, I want to look and see what the final run statistics were, but the run game was not particularly effective. We knew that could potentially be an issue with the Ravens. I thought that Cleveland would have had a better shot in this one, in terms of the run game, but they most certainly did not. Chubb goes 17 for 59. That's not great. Dearness Johnson goes 4 for 22. Kareem Hunt 2 for 5. He ended up leaving with an injury. I think he's going to be out for a few games. So run game, not particularly great. Baker rushed 6 times for 14 yards. So all in all, Cleveland ran 29 times for 100 yards. So 3 yards a carry, 3 a carry, basically. Call it 3.5 a carry, just to be generous. So not great, and especially by their standards, and especially for a team that has Baker Mayfield as their quarterback. Where was I? Tucker adds another field goal, make it 24-9. Late in the third, early in the fourth, Ravens convert a fourth. So late in the fourth, Ravens end up converting a 4th and 11. Late in the game, Bateman makes a terrific grab that takes him down to the 1. Foreman punches it in to make it 24-15. Huntley starts feeling it a little bit late in the fourth quarter. Makes a couple nice throws, converts it 2 4th downs, including a beautiful throw on a catch on 4th and 6 that Bateman hauls in for 30 yards. Bateman is that's their third down threat. He's the guy that can get open both down the sideline and on those in-breaking routes. And he is fairly sure-handed as well. Bateman hauls in a 4th and 6 for 30 yards. Huntley then makes a nice throw over the linebackers to Andrews in the end zone for an 8-yard TD. Extra point makes it a 2-point game. Ravens then get the onside kick. Wait, is that right? Either way, I swear I must have been drinking whenever I made some of these notes, because I don't feel like that's it. I feel like they ended up with a 3 and out. Anyways, on the ensuing drive, Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney collapse on Huntley for a sack on second down. After a 3rd and 20 completion that goes for 14 yards, Huntley throws it short on 4th down. Browns make the tackle. It's really a good play by the cornerback on that one. He saw the route. He broke on it. As soon as the ball gets there, he's making the tackle. Really good tackle. Fun game, but it feels like the Browns should have closed this one out earlier. And it's kind of like we talked about with the what was the earlier game? The Cowboys game. Like, yes, they should have closed it out earlier. But to me, I don't look at that any different than if they had been down and clawed back and got into it. Sometimes you just got to fight. You got to win ugly. Especially whenever it's a game like this, right? So it's a weird game because at times it looked like the Browns defense was dominant, and then a minute later they're getting gashed in the run game, run over and through by Andrews. Huntley looks fine as a Lamar replacement. Like, he doesn't look as dynamic, but he made some terrific throws in important situations. And honestly, the offense recently hasn't been good with either of these QBs. So, I mean, I don't want to overreact, but I wonder if the Ravens are questioning, like, I wonder, and if I would never say this on Twitter because people would lose their minds, but like, I wonder if the Ravens internally or even Ravens fans are asking themselves, you know, is there an issue? Because if Huntley, if your backup, young kid like this looks as good as Lamar does in the offense, is that a Lamar issue? Is that a offensive scheme issue? Is that just Huntley potentially could be really good? Or could evolve into being really good? He definitely wasn't great in this, but he did have some big boy throws. I go back to the fact that I think there's too much shotgun, too much read option in this offense. I think Lamar and Huntley should both be under center more. They should be running more traditional play action with the read option and RPO sprinkled in. The read option should be an element of the offense, not the core of the offense. And I think both of those quarterbacks would benefit from it. I think the whole offense would, especially with a banged up offensive line, with a bad offensive line. Charlie Villanueva not playing well. Like, there's a lot going on with the Ravens right now, and you got to be smart about how you address these things. And I think they're like, hey, we're going to continue to do what we've planned to do all season, but we don't have the same players and the same team to do it with. And I feel like that's not necessary. They're not built that way. They don't have the same player stacked 3 in a row on their depth chart. There's different players at different situations at different levels. And when one player goes down, you've got to adjust and change. And I don't feel like that's what I'm getting. That's not the feeling that I'm getting from the Ravens. The other thing that I'll say about this is Mark Andrews is an insane football player. He is such a good football player. He feels like he is always open. He makes terrific catches, has great hands, fantastic in blocking. I feel like when I watch Kittle is more exciting. He's a little more dynamic, a little more aggressive, a little more twitchy, but Andrews is just as good, just in a more subtle way. Like it's not as violent. It's not as crazy looking. It doesn't look as twitchy, but Andrews just always gets it done. I love Andrews so much. And here's the thing: give credit to the Browns. They get a big win in December versus a divisional opponent when they're fighting for a playoff spot. That's big, man. That's huge. Whatever you think about the Browns and the Ravens and how banged up they are, both of the teams came to fight in this game. And sometimes you have to win ugly. This game doesn't inspire confidence in the Browns, especially considering the Ravens are so banged up. But the Browns are 7-6 with the Raiders, Packers, Steelers, and Bengals to go. So they've got an opportunity. I feel like 3 of those are solid opportunities to get a W. It really kind of feels like they might end up 2-2 out of those games. They need Baker to get better. Landry had a really strong catch for a TD in this one. I feel like the Browns can get the Raiders, they can get the Steelers, and they can get the Bengals. Not as confident about the Bengals. But if they get 3 out of 4, they deserve to be in the playoffs. They deserve to probably win the AFC North at that point. What do the Ravens got? Oof. All right. Ravens finish up the season with Green Bay. They're so in Baltimore versus Green Bay, at Cincinnati, at home against the Rams, at home against the Steelers. Rough 4-game stretch right there, man. That one's gonna be tough. I would take the Browns over the Browns schedule over that schedule. Are the Browns still a game back of them? Browns are 7-6. So in the AFC North right now, it's Ravens 8-5. Browns are seeded 2nd in the division at 7-6. Bengals 3rd in the division at 7-6. Steelers bringing up the rear at 6-1. So really tight division. Not really confident in any of these teams at this point, and the Ravens have a really tough go of it. This may end up coming down. This is definitely going to come down to the last 2 weeks of the season, and to how this shakes out. Not just the wild card, but the division itself, and that's going to be important because whoever wins the division ends up in the 3 or the 4 seed instead of the 6 or the 7 seed. So, or the 5, 6 or the 7 seed. So, a little bit better seeding just for winning the division. So very, very important for any of those teams. It was a weird game, but it was kind of a fun game to watch. All right. Giants Chargers. We'll get through this one quickly. Chargers rolled 37-21. Chargers open up the offense for the 2nd week in a row. Really nice. We get to see Herbert make one of the more insane throws of the NFL season so far. 65 yards in the air while trying to run away from trouble, and it was an absolute dime down the field. If you haven't seen the throw, definitely go check out the highlight. It is absolutely worth it. One of the more incredible throws that you'll see on the season. That's what the Chargers need to let him do. We're so happy that this is something that they've kind of opened up and agreed to, because he's done it and taken care of the football in the meantime. Did it without Keenan Allen this week. What did they end up? Let me see. Herbert ends up 23 of 31, 275, 3 touchdowns, 2 sacks, 133.1 rating, 4 rushes, 19 yards. Eckler goes 12 for 67, 1 touchdown. Did have a couple catches for 17 yards. Guyton goes 3 for 87. Josh Palmer, I think you said you thought Palmer would have a good game, goes 5 for 66 and a touchdown. Mike Williams, 6 for 61. And then that was really it. Parham had a couple catches, and that's about it. Jared Cook gets one of the TDs, so they really spread the ball around a good bit in this one. Chargers defense still a little leaky, but no Derwin James, so I'm willing to give them a little bit of a pass on this one. Bosa had a huge game in this one, from a pass rush standpoint, as you can imagine, and as you would expect against this New York Giants offensive line. The Giants are bad, and we talked about it. John Mara believes Joe Judge is the next Belichick, and per a report, John Mara believes Joe Judge is the next Belichick and wants to keep him around for next year. Again, I don't understand how you can watch the New York Giants and come to that conclusion. If you put Joe Judge back in the 90s, maybe he's a good coach. In today's NFL, dude is clueless. Dude is absolutely clueless. For the first time in a long time, the Giants don't get their quarterback hurt. Mike Glennon, 1736, 191, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, 2 sacks, 70.5 rating. Did rush once for 7 yards and a touchdown. Fumble, did have a sack fumble for a loss as well. Saquon Barkley actually had a nice little game, 16 for 64, 3 catches, 31 yards, and a touchdown receiving. Beyond that, not really much to talk about. Kyle Rudolph, 2 catches for 66 yards. Devontae Booker had 8 rushes for 56 yards. He did have a pretty good day, too. 4 catches, 28 yards in the air. Kadarius Toney still is their best offensive player, in my opinion. So, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. John Ross actually gets some snaps. 1 catch, 7 yards. That was it. Giants are bad. They're a top 5 draft pick team. Let's see, where are they actually? Yeah, them and the Bears are both 4-9 right now. 1 week from being eliminated. They will definitely be eliminated, I would imagine. All right, that's that one. Detroit, Denver. We are flying through some of these. I feel like we're going faster than normal. Are we not? I feel like we're going much faster than normal. Or maybe I just feel more organized because I actually got my notes done earlier today, even though I was clearly drunk whenever I was doing them at some point because some of my notes don't make sense. All right, Detroit, Denver. Denver run game, incredibly effective on this one. Melvin Gordon, man. Look, we talked about this. Whenever I was doing my my fantasy drafts earlier in the year, everybody was hyping Javonte Williams, and deservedly so. Kid's an absolute beast. One of the best rushers in the NFL, but everybody said that getting Gordon would be a really bad choice, and I picked him up like late. But he has just been a monster the last few weeks. 24, 111, 2 touchdowns for another good week. Williams goes 1573 and a touchdown, adds a 10-yard receiving TD as well. This two-headed monster is a beast. And I think it's really interesting because for me, hang on, let me pull this up real quick. I really need to be able to figure out how to type and talk at the same time. It's been a lot of fun. So for this team, so pretty much the entire offensive line has been pretty good for the Broncos, but Quinn Meinerz, 3rd round pick, has been an absolute road grader. This dude is steamrolling guys at the right guard position. Bobby Massey has been really good for them, which I'm surprised by. Cushenberry's been solid in this at the center position. Like this is a clear the path type of offensive line, and then the tough running ability of Gordon, the the ability to make people miss, whether that's just through sheer power for Javonte Williams or by his elusiveness, because he does have some juice and some agility as well. It's this two-headed monster makes it much easier on Teddy. Like, this is basically the game plan this is the exact type of game script that Denver wants. Run for almost 200 yards. Teddy only has to drop back 25 times and spread the ball around. It forces the other team to throw into the strength of their defense, which is exactly what they want. Again, it's the Lions. And the Lions had a ton of guys out due to COVID and injury, so this game never really looked promising for them. I think the question for the Lions is, at what point do you start looking at other options outside of Jared Goff? Like, when do you put somebody else in and let them get some reps in? Denver taking a Cleveland approach. The rumor is that Denver is trying to figure out how to piece together a team that is good enough to potentially get them to the playoffs and have a good offensive line, have some weapons in the backfield, some weapons at wide receiver, and then that should entice a free agent quarterback to come to them. So there's been rumors that they really want Rodgers, but okay, well, of course you do. Everybody wants Rodgers. There's like 5 teams maybe that are like, I'm probably not in on the Rodgers race, but we'll see. And it's not even guaranteed that I don't think the Packers can, we'll talk about it a little bit, but I don't think the Packers can look at this season and go, yeah, we're ready to let Aaron Rodgers go. I don't know that they have a choice in the matter. It depends on how things go in the offseason, but I don't think there's any way they can look at this and go, oh, yeah, we're going to be fine without him. Jordan Love, he's good. No, Aaron Rodgers is what makes that team go. And if they're not honest with themselves about it, gonna be a rough next couple of years. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they're taking that heavy of approach. I mean, I guess I've never looked at it that way. So it's an interesting question. And I do think it's quite possible, actually. Because whenever you can run an offense like that, just get you an efficient quarterback, and the thing is they have wide receivers that can beat man coverage. I mean, I like Jerry Jeudy a lot. Tim Patrick and Simmons was the guy that caught a TD. Who am I thinking of? Simmons was the guy that Cortland Sutton. I think that's a pretty interesting. I don't know that you have any like dominant wide receivers. I like Jerry Jeudy a lot, but I don't know if he's like a true number one, like, top 20 NFL type of receiver. I think he's very good, but we'll see. And we'll see what he does. Teddy's pushed the ball down the field a little bit this season, more than he ever has. And he's been pretty good at doing it. Just had some weird moments where he's not. Some games where he comes in and he plays well, and some games where he comes in and he looks like he shouldn't be at the quarterback position at all. So old Teddy Two Gloves has some consistency, but again, whenever you change your play style, there's going to be some bumps in the road, right? Whenever you try to get more aggressive, it's going to be pretty painful. All right, let's see. $49ers and Bengals. Lots to talk about. Who are the Bengals? Who should they be? And what does it mean to be balanced? Oh, and are the 49ers using Deebo appropriately? All right, so we get a lot to talk about in this game. There's so much, because this was one of the more intriguing matchups of the week. I thought this was one of the closer games in terms of matchups, and I actually think that San Francisco was probably at a little bit of a deficit coming into this game in terms of overall roster. I do think the Bengals defense is just a little bit better. I think their offenses, San Francisco doesn't have as many playmakers on offense as the Bengals do, and they have different styles of playmakers, right? So Kittle, Deebo are really the two biggest guys. Ayuk kind of growing into the position, which is good to see. I think they need that. I think that's going to be very, very important down the stretch for them. But it's not Chase, it's not Higgins, it's not Mixon, it's not Burrow back there. That's a really strong group of skill position players. And I do think the 49ers have the better offensive line by a pretty good margin. And I think that they have the better coach and play caller by a wide margin, like huge deficit, like bottom 5 to top 5 type of deficit. And I think that was one of the things that I loved about this particular game, was how much does the coaching actually play into this, and how much does it dictate the outcome of this game, as well as the productivity. So for this game, I actually thought that this game was a little more defense heavy than what I thought it would be. I thought they would clear the 49 points pretty easily. I was thinking this is probably a 40, or a 50 to 60 point game, basically. It did end up pushing at 49, I think. I don't know what it was earlier in the week. I don't recall. But for this particular game, let's kind of go through the game, and then we'll talk about everything else afterwards. So we got to get down the flow of the game. And then we'll talk about all the other stuff. So game was as good as advertised. Niners stall in their opening drive. Bengals gift them with 3 points by muffing the punt. Burrow puts together a nice drive to tie it at 3 before Deebo Samuel takes an end around. 27 yards to the house. I still don't know how he got in on that play. Like, he takes this end around, and there's 3 guys there, and they all have angles to him to the sideline, and none of them just ever quite make it to where Deebo is, or in front of Deebo to be able to make the tackle. Burrow has it, dude. Burrow in this freaking game, man. This I could go back and watch Burrow's throws in this game and just put them on loop. He had some masterful throws in this, man. He played a really magnificent game. So Burrow has an absolute beauty of a floater, deep, that early on that Chase damn near brings in. It makes a diving play for, bobbles it a little bit once it hits the ground. Probably the right call by the refs to overturn it and say it wasn't. They initially called it a catch. Bengals end up snagging 3 instead of 7, make it 10-6. Niners lead. Couple possessions later, Bengals muff another punt. Jimmy G capitalizes on a remarkable body control play by Kittle right before the half, just inside the pylon, makes it 17-6. Kittle, on a later drive, Kittle then takes over. Like, there was one drive where Kittle, it was Kittle. Kittle did everything. A few really nice catches. Pretty much took over the drive all by himself, get the Niners into field goal range, add another 3 points. Not much scoring for a little bit. Get into the fourth quarter. This is when Burrow really just says, all right, I'm going to put my big boy pants on. Let's get after it. Burrow makes a huge play running out of the pocket, throws it in the back of the end zone for Jamar Chase, who tiptoes along the back edge of the end zone. TD makes it a 7-point game. Since he gets the ball back with 2:40 left, down 20-13. This is big balls Burrow. Like, I don't know how else to explain this. It's all I know. Burrow just takes it out and puts it on the table and says, let's get after it. Burrow overcomes a 2nd and 18 from his own 5. Couple good reads and throws. Gets the ball out just before pressure gets there a few times. On this particular drive, includes a ridiculous throw on a sluggo to Chase that ends up being the game-tying TD. Ridiculous read, ridiculous throw on the pylon. Great catch by Chase. These guys are going to be fun to watch for a very long time. Just an absolute big boy drive from Burrow to tie the game, poised under pressure. Funny thing is, Garoppolo comes back with a few dimes on his own, gets the Niners into field goal range before Robbie Gould misses a 48-yarder that would have won it in regulation. I feel like that's kind of where some of the highlight shows. I never saw that kick until I went back and rewatched this game. And then we get into OT, right? And it's funny because a lot of times, if you're new to the show, if you just joined in, thank you guys for coming in. If you joined off the tweet, appreciate it. Glad you're here. Love talking a little bit of football. But if you've been here for a while and you've heard me talk about a lot of coaches, including the Bengals, specifically Zach Taylor, I hate it. Hate it with a passion when they basically say, hey, we need to get to the 40. And once we get to the 40, we're going to shut our offense down because we can make a kick from there. I've watched so many kicks go awry in those situations all season long because coaches don't want to call plays to get once they get within field goal range, they're like, oh, I don't want to make a mistake. And the problem is they are making a mistake because they're not getting closer. If you're kicking a 50-yard field goal, it's a little under a 50-50 shot. Anything outside of 50, you're more likely to miss than you are make in the NFL. Once you get inside of 50, then it's a little over 50%. Once you get inside of 40, it starts really cranking up. Inside of 35, I think you're at like 75%, right? So another 15 yards changes it from probably a miss to now all of a sudden it's almost certain it's a make. And so many coaches decide to shut it down way too early. Zach Taylor is the absolute king of doing this. He has so much faith in McPherson, who, by the way, missed a kick earlier in the game. He has so much faith in McPherson that he's just like, once I get inside the 50, screw it. I don't need to go anymore. Luckily for them, so we get into overtime, right? Bengals win the coin toss, and I go, I've seen this movie before. I know how this ends. They're going to get the ball. They're going to go down the field. They're going to get inside the 40. They're going to kick a long field goal, 40, whatever, 40 something. They may make it. They may miss it, but that's what's going to happen because once they get there, they're going to start running the football more than they did before they actually got there. They're going to pass to get to where they want to go. And then for whatever reason, they're like, oh, we can run it from here. That's the best way to move the football. No, it's not, you idiot. Burrow just moved the ball 40 yards, 60 yards for you, all on his own, throwing all over the field. Now you get inside the 40 and you decide running it's better. And we'll talk about that in a second and what balance really means. Because the Bengals are a great example of this. But as we said, Zach Taylor loves to just get the ball just barely into field goal range, kick the long kick. So what happens? Bengals get the ball. Burrow hits Higgins for 26 yards. Hits Uzomah for 23 yards. Bengals are down to the 49ers 26. They only got that close because Uzomah got 23 yards out of the play. They wouldn't have gotten that close if it had only gone for 13 yards. They would have been on the 36 and they still would have shut it down at that point. And at this point, this is where I said, yep, shut it down, Zach. This is your time to shine. Mixon runs for 4. Mixon runs for 3. Calls the throw for Burrow on third down. 49ers blitz, come with a delayed blitz. His offensive line disintegrates. Bosa gets him down just before Burrow can escape the pocket and try to run for the first down. McPherson kicks the field goal. Wow, what a surprise. Right on brand for Zach Taylor. I mean, that was always going to be the outcome. It was whether McPherson made the kick or not. The only question becomes, can the Bengals stop the 49ers from scoring? Sure enough, Garoppolo marches down the field pretty easily. He was dealing late in this game, man. Garoppolo looked good late in the game. Had a beautiful throw to Kittle late in the game. Was an absolute dime that Kittle snags just over top of a linebacker. There was a couple really nice throws Garoppolo had that I didn't know that he potentially had that in him. Ends up getting down inside, I think inside the 20. Throws a little, Ayuk runs a motion route behind the line of scrimmage. And Garoppolo throws kind of a little throwback pass. Ayuk takes it around the end, gets past a couple defenders, dives just along the edge of the yardage of the marker, gets inside of the end zone. Ball game. Shanahan says, thank you, Zach Taylor, for being you. Really appreciate you taking the field goal, shutting down the offense because Burrow was lighting them up all day long. and Zach Taylor just takes the ball out of his hands and waits for the 49ers to try to screw it up, basically. Both QBs were under a massive amount of pressure on Sunday, but when they had time or bought time, they were both pretty damn good in this one. Burrow was brilliant in this. He was a blast to watch in this one. Jimmy G was dealing at the end, deserves a ton of credit for leading not one game-winning drive, but two. He led one at the end of regulation, and they missed the field goal. And then he comes back in OT and leads another one in a critical situation, because if they don't get it there, then they're out, right? So one could have been a game winner, one was a game winner. Big props to Jimmy G for coming up big in a moment like that. Burrow's becoming a must-watch every week. This kid is so good, man. I said it his rookie season. I think this kid is going to be special. I think he's going to be a guy to watch for the next 10, 15, 20 years. He's going to be an absolute blast. Cincinnati got themselves a big one. They just happened to get lucky at the right time with the right pick. And the thing is like I could see this last year with Burrow. I don't see it with any of the quarterbacks this year. Maybe Fields the most out of any of them. Mac Jones a little bit, but Mac Jones doesn't have the tools that Burrow has. Like Mac Jones a lot after watching him over and over this season to try to figure out what everybody else is seeing. Burrow's going to be special, man. And here's the thing. I know the Bengals want to use Mixon and run the ball a little, but at this point, how do you not understand that putting the ball in Burrow's hands is your best way to score? The best way for you to score points is to let Burrow do what Burrow does. And especially whenever you have a dynamic player like Jamar Chase for him to throw to, that connection is going to be insane for the next decade, right? And here's the thing. And this is where I want to talk about balance, right? When we talk about balance, there's a lot of people that say balance is 50% pass, 50% run, 1-to-1 run to pass ratio. And if you get that, then you're going to win football games. There's a lot of old-timey old dogs that want to live and die by that, right? I think this particular game and the Bengals, for example, are a great example of how balance can mean different things in the NFL and how run-pass splits aren't kind of a one-size-fits-all. If you talk to the analytics people, it is a pure fact that passing is more effective and more productive than running. Like, that's an indisputable fact. EPA is massively higher on a per play and per game basis, and teams that lean more heavily on the pass tend to put up more points on the offense, move the ball more, and generally are more effective on offense. But that doesn't mean running the ball doesn't have value. And I'm not talking about like the physical element like Brandon Staley waxed poetic about a few weeks ago or early in the season. I'm talking about using the run as an effective way to mitigate the other team's offense. But it's not a one size fits all. How a team is built, both on offense and on defense, plays a big part into what makes sense in terms of run pass splits for a team. If you have a terrible QB, throwing the ball probably isn't going to be a big jump on running. Like, it's going to pose more risk. Your quarterback's going to put the ball in harm's way more often. And especially if you have a good running back and a good blocking O-line, sometimes running can actually be pretty effective. And almost as effective as throwing the ball. There's not that many situations that are like that, but there's some, right? But if you have a good QB and at least a mediocre O-line, that means you're probably going to be better off throwing the ball. And the Bengals are a really good example of a team that could do both and be effective at both. But with a guy like Burrow at QB, you've got to put the ball in his hands and you've got to let him sling it. You're a better offensive team when that happens. And I think the Bengals want to run the ball too much. I love Joe Mixon. Talked about him, one of my most complete running backs in the NFL. But Burrow to Chase and Burrow to Higgins, when teams take away Chase, Burrow to Higgins has been incredibly effective. And while the Bengals defense hasn't been all that great, they're close to average. Putting the ball in Burrow's hands doesn't put them under any undue stress. And if you compare that team to a team like Washington, who early in the season had an absolutely atrocious defense and they have a young, volatile quarterback in Heinicke, a good offensive line, a terrific running back in Antonio Gibson. That's a team that I would say should run as much as they possibly can, because while it's still not going to produce the same EPA as the pass game will, it's going to protect their defense by keeping their defense on the sideline for as long as possible. And they're still going to be able to move the ball fairly well because of the offensive line, because of a good running back. They're still going to be able to get enough for first downs. They can use the screen game, some shorter passes to move the ball fairly well and not put a ton on the shoulders of Heinicke, who is as likely to take a sack, fumble, or throw a pick six as he is to make a big throw. So to me, balance is a sliding scale, right? For Washington, balance might actually be 50-50 run pass split, right? For the Bengals, it's probably closer to like a 60-40 with 60% pass and 40% run. For a team like the Bucs, who have a top 3 O-line, arguably the top receiving core in the league, and the greatest QB to ever throw the football, the most effective balance for them is probably going to be more like 80-20, where you're passing 80% of the time. And this is why I get so mad at the Bucs for running the ball too much, also mostly on first down. But that's why I get so mad at them for running the ball so much. But yet here I am saying Washington needs to run the ball a hell of a lot more. So it's not, and the thing is, it's not just a team to team basis. It's game to game, right? And here's the other thing. We're talking about effective game time. Like they may end up, the Bucs, for example, may go 80-20 for most of the game, but then by the end of the game, they end up at 60-40 or even 50-50 at the end of the game because they're up by 3 scores. They use Lenny heavily late in the fourth quarter to run the ball, run the clock out, and it drops that ratio pretty heavily. And it doesn't matter that the Bucs secondary has been banged up. If you have an advantage with your pass game, and I talked about this with the Bills and the Patriots a couple of weeks ago, if you have an advantage with your pass game and your defense is good enough, which the Bucs defense is, the Bills defense is, you have to press that advantage. It's why I got mad at the Bucs and Leftwich when Belichick invited them to run, because Belichick basically said, "Hey, we're going to play off. We're going to feed the run, right? If you guys want to run, Lenny, come on, rush it 25 times, 30 times. You can have 100 yards. We're okay with that." Because every time Lenny ran the ball, it took the ball out of Tom Brady's hands. And Belichick knew that Lenny with the ball in his hands is better for his team than Tom Brady with the ball in his hands. And I got so mad because we could see that. We talked about that before this game. Bill knew it. So many other people knew it. And yet here's Leftwich calling run plays out the wazoo because that's what he wanted to do. And it's also why I told the Bucs fans to be weary of Washington going into that game. Washington's ability to run and control the ball on offense meant that Brady would be on the sideline for much of that game, and it's going to limit the Bucs' advantage on offense. Sure enough, run behind the offensive line. Antonio Gibson has a good game. I think Washington had the ball for 40 minutes in that game, which means out of a 60-minute game, Brady only had the ball for 20 minutes. And here they are giving part of those to Lenny. Like, that's not the best way to run this offense. Couple that with an early Jonathan Allen hit on Brady. Brady was also super conservative in his reads and his throws in that game. And Washington ends up pulling out an upset that no one thought they had any business winning. So you got to understand the nuances of the game, the value in playing complementary football, right? If your defense is bad, you're going to have to pay attention to that. You can't go out and throw 70 times and put them out there. That's how Chip Kelly ran himself out of the NFL. Hey, you can go down and you can score 30, but you're going to put your defense out there for 40 minutes a game, and that's going to be a pain, and they're not going to be able to be able to sustain. I think it was funny. I think I looked at the end of one of Chip Kelly's years, and his defense had played 2 more games than everybody else based on snaps. I think they had like 120 snaps extra over everybody else, which is insane. In a 16-game season, they played 2 extra games based on the amount of snaps that they had. That you can't do that to a defense. You can't just leave them out there. But if you've got a good defense or a good enough defense and you've got an advantage at quarterback, light them up and see what you get. One more thing. Here's the thing. I'm using run pass splits only because we don't have a better metric for talking about this right now. What I'm really talking about is controlling the ball, and running is a good way to do that. But so are screens, swings, other high percentage, low risk throws, the shovel pass, the little QB toss that they do now on the fly sweeps, all of that good stuff. Like those are all passes technically, but it's the same effect, right? You're high percentage completion, low risk throw, probably going to get some yards out of it, more likely to get big plays out of it, less likely to have bad things happen on those than say trying to throw the ball down the field. So again, ton of nuance. And the other thing, like RPO throws are basically runs, right? Those are counted as runs by offensive coaches. It counts as passes in the box score, but it's counted as a run by coaches because it's basically considered a more advantageous play than the run that was called. So again, ton of nuance. But the message is the same. Balance is hard to get from a box score. You can't look and say, oh, they threw it 30 times, they ran it 30 times, they were balanced. And the thing is it's not just a team by team discussion. It goes down to game by game level as well. If you're playing the Jags, controlling the ball probably doesn't mean as much. If you're playing the Bucs, you better figure out how to control the ball and play defense against Brady by keeping him off the field. And then one final point I'll make on this particular game. I had a conversation with about the use of Deebo Samuel and him having 0 targets in the first half of this particular game. We have to get over labels. And I don't mean this as like some, liberal rant, like labels. We can't label people anything. No, we need to get over like the wide receiver, running back, whatever that is. Because Deebo Samuel, Cordero Patterson, CMC, those type of guys, they're running back / wide receivers, and they're effectively what you want to label them as they're playmakers. And however you need to get the ball in their hands, go for it. Look, here's the thing with Deebo. Are the plays bigger? Like he's averaging something like 11 yards or something like that, a pass, which is just insane. So are the plays bigger with Deebo Samuel out at wide receiver? Absolutely. Of course they are. But they're fewer and far between. So he's not getting the ball as much. He's not getting as many targets, as many touches as when they're pulling him in and putting him at running back and literally just handing the ball to him. He's just amazing with the ball in his hands, and it keeps the offense moving. Sure, you don't get those big plays as much. He's still creating them, by the way. I mean, I think the run that he had was a 23-yarder, 18-yarder, something like that. For a touchdown this weekend. And he just outrun like 4 dudes to the sideline, which is still crazy. But as long as you're getting touches to your best players, that's what it's all about. We don't have to make this harder than it needs to be. And if you think about it, when Deebo's split out wide, Jimmy G isn't the type of quarterback that allows Deebo's skills to shine. Like he's not throwing it 70 yards down the field and letting Deebo run under it. It's not a great QB wide receiver match. And there's only so many crossers that you can run with Deebo or cutting him inside before, he starts getting lit up by linebackers or, other teams are keying on it. So putting Deebo in the backfield to maximize his touches is incredibly smart. Get the ball in your best player's hands. Football doesn't have to be so hard. You don't always have to think it. And I think Shanahan's doing a fantastic job. The only game that they've lost in their last 4, I think, is the one where Deebo was out. He is the engine that makes this offense go. It helps whenever you get a guy like Jimmy G playing very well like he did this weekend. But again, I think there's a lot of people that are a lot higher on the Bengals defense than I am. So I'm not totally surprised that that Jimmy looked good against the secondary. Overall, fun game. Great overtime. Zach Taylor loses it for him. This isn't about the Bengals losing the game. This is about Zach Taylor, his coaching calls, and him shutting down an offense that is just absolutely flying whenever the ball's in Joe Burrow's hands. And then you just decide, I'm going to take it out of his hands and not let my best player have it. Like, that's the difference, right? The best player, and you could argue Jamar Chase is, but Joe Burrow, being as good as he is probably the best player on that Bengals offense. So you've got to look at it as Zach Taylor took the ball out of his best player's hands, and Shanahan put the ball in his best player's hands throughout the entire course of this game. So that's what coaching does. Coaching wins games. These are two evenly matched teams, and it ends up coming down to scheme and coaching. So a lot of fun. Really good matchup in this one. Excited to see both of these teams as they go forward. The Bengals have a lot to like, especially on offense. That offensive line is still a problem. Like I said, Burrow was under major direct. I need to find, there was a guy on Twitter that was like, Burrow's terrible under pressure. We always talk about it in Cincinnati that every time when there's pressure, Burrow wilts. And I'm like, really, buddy? You mean the guy that's number 1 or number 2 in every blitz metric out there? He's amazing versus the blitz, and you're saying he's terrible under pressure. Well, it's just pressure. Well, we're talking about, first of all, I was talking about blitzing, not pressure. And you're responding to my tweet. So I need to go find that guy, see what he thinks of Burrow under pressure now, because he was amazing. Dude, the last drive that Burrow had, he had 2 plays where the ball comes out, like literally the ball is this far coming out of his hands, just an inch or 2, and he is just getting whacked as soon as it comes out. The Jamar Chase touchdown at the end of the game was one, and then what was the play before that? Is that the Zoma throw? Either the Higgins or the Zoma throw, but he was remarkable, man. A lot of fun to watch. Like, if you want to go back and watch some good QB play, that's a good game to do it. Let's see what do they got? Let's see what they got left. All right, Cincinnati's got most of the AFC North, I think. Cincinnati has at Denver, home against Baltimore. Oof. They get Broncos, Ravens, Chiefs, Browns. Bengals have a rough go of it for the last 4 games. They'll be lucky to get 2 wins out of that. Are they better than the Browns? I don't know. I feel like that's a toss-up game. KC feels like a W for KC. Baltimore, intra-division, going to be tough. Denver isn't a pushover. And again, when that defense isn't playing well, the Bengals are going to have to crank up that offense. The Bengals are a lot like the Bucs. Like, at this point, dude, just go try to put up 30 or 40 points. Just open it up and let it fly and go for it. Because if you do, you're probably better off that way. There's no need to protect your defense because you probably have an advantage with your offense. All right. There's that one. Let's mark that one. So we got that one. We called San Francisco covering. And then let me get this tweet out. What happened? Did the Bills get hosed? Is Tampa the best team in the NFL? Let's discuss. Boom. All right, we'll give them a second to get in here. All right, guys, thank you guys for hanging around, for being here all night. For those of you guys that have been here since the beginning, appreciate you coming in. For those of you that are here, my name is Joe, NFL Philosophy on Twitch and on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for being here. Where's my dude, Sexy? Sexy was supposed to be in here tonight, and I haven't seen him. All right, this was the game of the week for me. So Buffalo, Tampa Bay. Excuse me while I hydrate. Buffalo, Tampa Bay was one of the games that I had marked on the schedule because for me, I had the Bills and Bucs as my Super Bowl pick. I thought the Bucs were too complete of a team not to think that they're going to be able to get back there. I did have questions about potentially Green Bay showing something. I didn't think Arizona would be as good as they are. Had a little bit of worry. I think the Rams are one of the other teams, and then I've always thought that the Cowboys are better than what most people believe, and what most people understand. And I think that's all kind of proving out. I think Arizona was the biggest surprise in the NFC to me so far. We'll see how that goes for the rest of the year. But Bucs Bills felt like a preemptive Super Bowl matchup. and was really looking forward to this one. Glad it was in Tampa Bay, because if it were in Buffalo, I would have picked Buffalo. If it's in Tampa Bay, I'm picking Tampa Bay. I actually picked Tampa Bay to cover the 3.5. They did, only because they get the late touchdown in overtime. But I do think we need to go through the game flow of this one a little bit as well, just to kind of map out what the game looked like, because that is very important in how this ultimate end game plays out, and what we're going to talk about whenever it comes to the Bucs and looking forward for them and also for the Bills. So Bills come in. Bills end up getting dominated early. Bucs are rolling. Then all of a sudden, the Bucs get conservative in play calling, and it's something that I've criticized them for all season long. So first of all, don't be conservative coming out whenever you're coming out in the game, and then don't get conservative too early. And here's the thing: I've been worried about this a little bit all season, because with the effectiveness of the running game and as good as Lenny has been over the last few weeks, I feel like they believe that they can go to it a little bit earlier than probably what they should. They switched to a heavy run game on first down in the second half. They basically bring out what I call their bad offense. And their bad offense is basically, let's run it on first down. Don't get very much. Get behind the sticks. Now Brady has to overcome it. He does sometimes, because he's the greatest of all time. And he's got probably the best team around him that he's ever had, in terms of offensive line and skill position players. And he ends up coming out and not being able to convert in this game, because the Bills are good. The Bills have a solid defense. They caused some problems for the Bucs run game in this one. And the bringing out the bad offense for the Bucs actually allows the Bills to circle the wagons and come back late to tie the game. Bills actually had the ball and driving late in the fourth quarter while down 3. Allen was carving up the Bucs when they were going blitz and deep coverage behind it, which was leaving a pretty big gap between the line of scrimmage and the deep secondary. Lets Allen get a few completions that are chunk plays. After Allen runs it down to the 7-yard line, it's 3rd and 2. He ends up throwing a fade into the end zone where it looks like Carlton Davis mugs Diggs. There's no flag on the play. The flag is not thrown. If that flag is thrown, it's then 1st and goal on the 1 for the Bills with 25 seconds left, that have at least 2 shots, if not 3 shots at a TD to win the game right there in regulation. Before they would, if they didn't get it on 2 of those 3, they would still have the chance to kick a field goal from there and tie it. Instead, they end up kicking the field goal to force OT. Now, if you watch that play, it's hard not to walk away from that and go, that should have been a flag. It should have been a flag. They should have flagged, and the Bucs probably should have lost at that point. And then to make it worse, Bills win the toss. They take the ball. They promptly go 3 and out. Good stop by the Bucs defense. I think it's a second play from the line of scrimmage for the Bucs in OT. Mike Evans ends up in what I thought was OPI, and Mike somehow ends up getting the DPI call, which moves the Bucs out to the 42. And then newly added Rashad Penny catches a crosser from Brady and takes it 58 yards to the house to end the game. Bucs win. Bills showed zone on that, and they disguised man coverage. And Perriman ends up with a linebacker chasing him because they were trying to rotate late, and that matchup was a huge W from the Bucs. Brady read it the entire way. I think he wanted to go to Gronk on the he had a flag route for Gronk that he passed up to throw the crosser to Perriman, but he saw Perriman coming across the formation, and I think he knew it early on in his reads who he wanted to go to and who he had on him. Once Perriman gets the ball, the linebacker is just never going to be able to catch him. Perriman's too fast. So Bucs end up getting the W. A couple of questionable calls. I call them as I see them. There were a couple of calls that could have went the other way early on in the that went against the Bucs. It's just those two stand out because they were so close together and the complete opposite of what was called. The one against Evans I thought was weird because they called DPI on it, and the thing is Brady basically throws a back shoulder throw that never makes it quite to the back shoulder. It's more like sternum, but it's a line drive as Evans is like trying to turn around and catch it. But the cornerback has inside position on him, and the cornerback turns, and the ball basically hits the cornerback while Evans is grabbing him and pulling him down. And somehow they called it on the defense. That one, to me, was worse than what was in the end zone. And nobody's really talking about that one. I may be the only one that thinks that that was it. But the ruling for the DPI was basically it's one of those underthrown, cornerback never allowed the receiver a chance at the football. But the problem is it's not like he didn't body him. Evans's momentum was taking him, and you will never hear me say that word about football. That was it's literally the physical inertia of Mike Evans was taking him up the field. He was never going to be able to come back and get that football anyways. And to me, the cornerback was in perfect position. So I have no idea how they called that DPI. When they threw the flag, I was like, oh, that's offensive pass interference. And then they called it DPI, or they were talking about that being DPI. And I was like, that doesn't make sense, but it wouldn't surprise me. Sure enough, it was. So absolutely a couple of really tough calls there at the end for the Bills. We can be mad at the Bucs offense for giving up a good amount of points and yards. But after the Bucs scored their third TD with 129 left in the second quarter, the Bucs offense had 8 more drives in regulation. Basically all in the second half. They had one drive out of those 8 that went for more than 13 yards. One drive. And that was an 84-yarder that ended up in a field goal, I believe. You can't have 8 drives and not get more than 13 yards on any of those drives. Allen eventually goes 36 for 54, 308, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, 3 sacks, 86 rating. Did have 12 rushes for 109 yards. And a touchdown on the ground. And we talked about it. We said that was going to be a major issue for the Bucs, and the Bills need to exploit it. And that was spot on. I didn't think the Bills went to it enough early on. Didn't use it much in the first half, but then hammered it in the second half. And it was highly, highly effective, highly productive. Very, very smart for them. Really something that was getting their offense going and getting their offense conversions on third down. Brady, on the other hand, goes 31 of 46. 363, 2 touchdowns, 2 sacks, 105.6 rating. Actually had a good day for him running the ball. 7 rushes for 16 yards, a sneak TD added on top of that. And then a couple of those runs were big third down conversions. So big day running for him. I will say Brady's passing stats look better than probably what he deserves, because he definitely put the ball in harm's way a good amount, more than he is normally to do. Bit out of character for him. He got lucky that they fell to the ground on all of those occasions. He did have an absolute dime where he threw a laser over a safety in a corner into the back of the end zone, and Evans snags it for a TD. Just an insane throw and catch. Brady kind of rolls out to his left. Not really a roll out, but like leaks out to his left while looking down the field, and then throws a football in a way that no 44-year-old should ever be able to throw a football. Just absolutely insane laser that he lets go of. And a great catch by Evans. Evans doesn't typically come down with those. I'm usually critical of Evans because he misses some of those big catches, but a great grab for him. Lenny ends up with 19 for 113 and a touchdown. Most of that came on one run for 47 yards in the first quarter. I think it was first drive, actually. Lenny was effective in the first half, but not so much in the second half. Bills clamped down on it, did a good job against him. Godwin has another 10 catches. Big game for him. 10 catches, 105 yards. This is a week after setting the franchise record with 15 catches in a game. He's been a major part of this offense with AB out. We've talked about that in previous weeks. They don't necessarily need AB because they can get what AB does by spreading out some of his responsibility. Godwin's going to get those catches over the middle and that high volume. And Brady's found a real trust level with Godwin, much like he has with Gronk and with AB. Gronk has a solid day, was effective when they needed him, had 5 for 62. Evans ends up with 6 for 91 and a touchdown. The touchdown we talked about. And again, the magic number for the Bucs to me is 30. It's very hard for teams to maintain when the Bucs are putting up that many points because the defense, while the Bucs defense isn't phenomenal, it will get you at some point if you're getting aggressive against it. Todd Bowles' defense will create turnovers if you're trying to throw it 35 or 40 times. It's almost guaranteed to happen. It's just playing the numbers. So when the Bucs get aggressive, they put up 30 points, just like they did in this one. It makes it very, very hard to beat them. Now they had to put up 30 in OT, but same principle, right? When they get to 30, they win. Now I looked it up. I think it's like 87, 88% win percentage whenever you score 30. But the Bucs are 100% this year, and I think that's a pretty solid indicator of what they need to be doing. Now, I will say about this, we're kind of heavy on the Bucs right now, but we'll get to the Bills in a second. One of the things I've been saying all season is that you can run on the Bucs. It's just that teams aren't really trying. They're not even interested in trying. They've heard and know that the Bucs are number one rush defense in the NFL. They know that Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh are beasts. JPP is very good at stopping the run as well. Like, they're good on the edges. They're good at the linebacker position. Lamonte David, a little bit. He's been missing some holes this year that he doesn't normally miss. So something interesting. And then Devin White can get himself out of position a little bit too. So this is a team that you can run on. You just have to be smart about how you do it. And you don't want to overdo it, right? Like, you don't want to just run it 40 times. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you shouldn't be afraid as teams are, to be able to run the ball. For example, the Bills didn't have a handoff to a running back in the first half. The first run that they had by somebody that wasn't a quarterback, that wasn't a scramble by a quarterback, was on the fake punt that they pulled. And then they end up running. I think they handed off. Who was it? They handed it off to a running back, and he ends up getting 14 yards in the first carry or something like that. By the end of the game, the Bills ended up with 19 rushes for 173 yards, which comes out to 9.1 a carry. And I know some people are going to say, well, yeah, but Allen was running the ball too. And to that I say, yes, he was. But he actually lowered the average yard per carry for them. And also, that's part of the game in the NFL today. And the fact that you would call out that a QB running ups the yard per carry average tells me that it's something that teams should probably use more. But in lowering the yards per carry, I mean, Allen was effective, only lowered it by a minimal amount, but it's not like the running backs weren't super effective either. If you take the runs out, the Bills were 7 carries for 64 yards. 7 carries for 64 yards. That's 9.15 a carry. So yeah, any form of run was working. And this is why I harp on this, right? And we talked about it in the balance segment. Here's the thing, and here's why I harp on this. The Bucs are an extremely hard offense to stop. There are very few defenses in the NFL that are built to stop them, and can effectively stop them or even really contain them. When you've got Evans, Godwin, Gronk, AB when he's not injured or suspended, Perryman, Tyler Johnson, Scotty Miller, Cam Brate, plus you have Lenny, who's been running super effective, and you have a top 3 offensive line and the greatest quarterback to ever do it. That is a damn near impossible offense to stop. And it's very hard to stop for the full course of a game. You need a lot of luck to do so. Or you need to be able to run the ball and keep all of those playmakers on the sideline. And when you choose not to run, as teams have done, you're losing a large portion of your ability to do that and to control the pace of the game. You can throw screens in the short game and all that, but the run is still very, very important in being able to control the ball. If teams all of a sudden figure out that they can run on the Bucs, it's a huge deal. Right now, teams are content to attack the secondary, and most can be fairly successful in doing so, but it does eventually come to a halt because of either a turnover or a stop in the red zone, because the Bucs are very good about not giving up huge plays over the top. You're going to get some chunk plays in the middle of that defense, even on the edges underneath, because the Bucs were playing, talked about this in the game, Bucs were playing 9 to 15 yards off with their corners to start the game. And that was interesting to see. They were basically like, hey, you're not going over top of us. That's not happening. So it's a big deal because it's exactly how Washington did. It's exactly what Washington did. And you saw how that turned out. So I'm interested to see how this plays out versus the Saints, because the Saints are going to test this. With Taysom Hill back there, Alvin Kamara healthy, hopefully a healthy offensive line for the Saints. The Bucs are going to have some time to practice their run defense this week and prep for it. But I'm interested to see how this goes because I think the Saints could cause some issues for the Bucs this week. I heard the line was already out in like 10.5 or something, double digits, which I think is insane for that particular matchup. The Saints defense is too good, and I think that they could potentially pose a problem running the ball for the Bucs. So we'll see. For the Bills, even in the loss, the Bills come out of this as a positive, right? It hurts their record. They're now last in the AFC for the wild card. They have the last wild card position in the AFC is the more accurate way to say that. But they are still a very good team. They showed that they can hang with a very, very good Bucs team. Probably should have won it based on if there's a flag thrown at the end there. They need a good Josh Allen basically to carry it, and they're going to continue to have problems up front. Their defensive line is not getting the same amount of pressure. It's not as stout as it was at the line of scrimmage. They can be pushed off the ball a good amount, both on offense and defense up front. Like they're just not stout enough in the trenches, and they're going to have to figure that out. But if they can put up 30 or 40 points themselves, they've got kind of a similar defense where they're going to be opportunistic as well. So the Bills have a real good shot. I think that they're definitely going to be in the play. I don't suspect that they're going to slip at all and fall out of the playoffs. I do want to look at, I think I looked at their schedule earlier. Bills in the season with Carolina. Okay, good for them. New England, fun matchup. Atlanta and New York Jets. So there you go. That's at least 3 of 4. They should win 3 of 4 out of that, stay in the playoffs, have a decent seed. I don't think they could potentially get back in the running for the 1 seed, but they're on the outside looking in. Yeah, they're 2 games back on the teams that are 1 seeds, and I just don't see the Chiefs. I don't see the Chiefs dropping a couple of games. So they're probably just hoping to get enough for a 3 or, well, they'd have to win the division to get a 3 or a 4 seed. And then, so they're really fighting for the 5 seed, which at least gives them, I'm curious, would that give them home field advantage? I haven't looked that up yet about how the seeds are all lined out. But yeah, really good game. Fantastic game. Sucks that the refs get involved so late. The problem is sometimes you want them to throw the flag, sometimes you don't. Like you can say, hey, stay out of it, but they stayed out of it on the final play for the Bills on that 3rd down play, and they shouldn't have stayed out of it. They should have thrown a flag. So we'll see. You know, it sucks. Refs impact games for everybody. It's not a one team thing. But yeah, really fun game. Gabe, Bucs already no huddle at the start, then stopped after the first drive of the second half. Yeah, because they wanted to run the clock out. They didn't want to go fast. You know, they were just going after it because that's what they wanted to do. It was going to make the Bills are known for disguising their defenses, right? They like to rotate into and out of a lot of different coverages. They'll show you 2 high, they'll rotate to 1 high, they'll rotate to a zone blitz. They'll do a lot of different things after the snap. And there's a couple. The biggest thing for that is a little bit. It causes two bad things for a quarterback. One, if he then has to check for half a beat longer, for a beat longer after the snap to make sure he's seeing what he thought he saw. And then 2, if he doesn't read it, there's potential that he doesn't read it correctly, makes a wrong read, throws it into the hands of a defense. The problem is for the defense is that usually means that at the snap you are out of position because you have to rotate after the snap. And here's the thing, it worked pretty well throughout most of the game. They lost because of it on the Rashad Penny touchdown. They showed cover 3. They ended up rotating into man after that. or at least some sort of matchup zone man. And they got a linebacker. The cornerback, it was funny because Perriman had a cornerback that was like over top of him outside. And then as Perriman goes to cross the inside, this guy is like, do I go and chase him or do I wait? And then he also had a linebacker that was right here that ends up chasing him from behind and underneath. And by then he was already gone. Brady just needed to buy enough time to find him, and he did. Wallace didn't run with Perriman. There was a couple. There was the corner that didn't run with Perriman, and then the linebacker was never going to be able to keep up with Perriman. I'm curious. You say that Wallace thought it was zone. I'm curious where you heard that, Gabe. Did they say that or something? Buffalo did have a super effective run. I've been telling you guys all freaking year, you can run on the Bucs. It's just teams are not wanting to. As long as you can figure out a way to, one, either block Vita Vea, or two, run to the corners and run to the edges around Vita Vea. And by the way, the Bucs are not great against QB runs either, but run to the edges away from Vea, and you're probably going to be just fine. Levante David has not been perfect in filling the gaps as he normally is, and Devin White tends to get himself out of position pretty quickly because he's so damn fast that when he makes a read, he goes, and it's not always right either. So yeah, Bucs can be run on, and if that happens, then if teams figure that out, it could be pretty critical for the Bucs. I'm not going to say it'll be fatal, but it could be pretty critical. The replay from the game, he picked up the other crosser coming across, makes me think he got covered. What I'm worried about, whenever I watch that, and I only looked at it on all 22 for like half a second before stream tonight, but there's a corner that's over top of him with outside leverage that looks like he's ready to chase Perriman, but he ends up not chasing him. It's hard to tell what he's doing, and if he's supposed to be the guy to chase. I need to peruse Twitter and see if there's anybody else out there that talks about that play. It might have been Wallace. I'm not sure who the guy was. But the linebacker underneath ends up chasing him, and Perriman's going to outrun him every time. All right, that's Buffalo, Tampa Bay. Chicago, Green Bay. So there's quite a few things that we can talk about in this particular one, actually, that I think is really interesting. And we won't spend a ton of time on it because Green Bay keeps rolling, but I do think it was there. But I do think there's some interesting things here. I actually have a ton of notes on this. All right, so yeah, let's go through it. Bears go up 10-0 off a Santos 23-yard field goal and a Jakeem Grant crossing route where Fields hits him in stride. He runs 46 yards clean through the secondary to the end zone. Rodgers immediately leads the pack back and hits Lazard on a 2-yard pass, makes it 10-7. Fields throws a pick six on an out route. Then he leaves a little bit inside. Rasul Douglas takes it 55 yards to the house. Fields redeems himself with a 54-yard TD to Damiere Byrd on the ensuing drive, and it's back to a Bears lead, 17-14 Packers punt. Jakeem Grant takes punt 97 yards for another Bears big play TD, 24-14. The very next drive, Rodgers hits Adams for 38 yards on an out and up, where Rodgers hits him sort of on a hole shot throw. Oh, that's right. I remember this. It was to the left side, and Devontae Adams was in the slot, runs the out and the up, and there's two safeties up here that Rodgers actually has to throw it underneath of, and he throws it perfectly. Devontae Adams gets pushed out just short of the end zone. They end up getting a touchdown. Herbert ends up returning the ensuing kickoff for 42 yards to give the Bears good field position. So another big special teams play that's going to be key. Gives the Bears good field position to start the final drive of the first half with 44 seconds. After a couple field scrambles, Bears kick a 44-yard field goal to make it 27-21. That kick return by itself was 3 points. Ended up resulting in 3 points that they probably wouldn't have gone for if it wasn't a good return. After the first four drives of the game, netted only 3 points. the Bears and Packers combined for 7 straight drives that ended in points one way or another. Remember, there's a pick 6 in there that ended in points too, but it still counts. That totaled 45 points in the second quarter alone. 45 points in a single quarter. I don't know what the line ended at, but a quick reminder that on Thursday, the Vegas game total, the total for the entire game was 43. And the Packers and Bears combined for 45 points in the second quarter. It's impressive. To beat the total in one single quarter is, I wonder how often that's happened. Packers come out with a drive that's more their style this year. They're only down 27-21, right? So they're like, hey, as long as we get one score here, we're good. 9 plays, 5:36 off the clock, ends in Aaron Jones TD to make it 28-27. For the Bears, Fields ends up getting hit by Preston Smith, sack fumble. Jones on the first offensive play catches a throwback pass, 23 yards for the TD. Now it starts to look like Green Bay's rolling. From here on, it's much more of what we've seen from Green Bay this season. Ball control, be smart, play stout defense, control the game. Crosby adds a field goal, but the Green Bay special teams tries to give it back again on a muff punt. Chicago recovers deep in Green Bay territory. Problem is that a gunner went out of bounds and didn't establish himself back in bounds fast enough, and so the play is negated. So Green Bay had another turnover on special teams, but got lucky because it was a ticky-tack call in my opinion. The ref saw the Bears guy run out of bounds, and he took one extra step out of bounds before coming back in, and that's illegal. You can't do that. Even technically, I'm not sure that was that deserved a flag, but realistically and for the intent, it absolutely did not deserve a flag. So Green Bay gets lucky there. Again, I hated the call. It might be the right call by the book, but the penalty had nothing to do with the play, and it ended up flipping the field. The flip of that play is just massive for the outcome of the game. Not only did it affect bets on the game, because the Bears almost certainly would have covered the 11.5, but it would have gotten them back into the game and potentially changed the whole outcome of the game, where the Bears would have had a shot to actually win it. So for me, 2 big takeaways from the game. The Packers defense is still very, very average, and Fields looks electric in this particular game. I've keyed on a few things with Fields this year. He's a phenomenal thrower of the football, but he needs to continue to progress in becoming a better passer. And that's a distinction. Thrower and passer are 2 different things. Anybody can throw a football. It's just the level at which you throw. I can throw a football, but Fields is a much better thrower than me. Fields is a much better thrower than 90% of the quarterbacks in the NFL already. When you're talking about being a passer, it's how do you read defenses? How do you understand coverages? How do you anticipate throws? How do you know when to take the big shots versus checking down? Those type of things. He's got to learn how to read his fronts and his blitzes. And then the other thing that I've keyed on is when he uses his legs, his confidence in his arm goes up. And that's huge for a QB who likes to make some tight window throws, and isn't afraid to throw into a little bit of coverage. Fields is talented enough to do it, but if he can work on those things and progress there, he's going to be an absolute blast to watch, man. He could end up being a terrific quarterback, but there is still some progression that he's got to get through before he eventually gets there. Fields ends up 18 of 33, 224, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, 70.8 rating. He also ran 9 times for 74 yards. He definitely has to learn to take care of the football more. Puts it in harm's way too much. Turned the ball over 3 times in this one. Montgomery had 10 rushes, 42 yards, 6 catches for 39. Big receiver on the day was Damiere Byrd, 2 for 76. That included the 54-yard TD. Basically, the Bears' offense was boom or bust. They were hitting big plays, or the Packers were hitting big plays against them. They weren't really sustaining drives. So, not the greatest of offensive performances. You have to give them credit for the big plays, but they were schemed up really well. Fields made a couple of really good throws. You want to see more consistency from the offense, versus just hitting those big plays. And that's really kind of all they got out of the offense. And then Green Bay tried to give them extra points. throughout the game on special teams. I've focused mostly on the Packers defense this year because the Packers offense just kind of continues to hum along because Rodgers is amazing. But we don't give Aaron Rodgers enough credit. He's just been remarkable. No one in the league can take control of a game the way that he can. He has another gear in him when he needs to hit it that no one else has. And I've said this during a few games, like, don't let Aaron Rodgers, if you're playing him, don't let Aaron Rodgers get pissed off, because when he gets pissed off, he's gonna rake you across the coals. And you've seen it last few drives. He just throws these like 3/4 arm lasers into double coverage, and they're just absolute dimes. He hit Tanyan on a big throw down the middle earlier in the year, late in the game. He came back against, who did he do it against? I forget who it was. I just remember the meme that always goes out whenever it's the dude with the mustache and the Packers jersey, and he takes a picture of him smiling with all the Cowboys fans behind him, and he says, he's laughing because he says they just scored with a minute 20 left and they think that they've won, but Aaron Rodgers is getting the ball. And I think it was a game where Aaron Rodgers ended up torching the Cowboys and winning the game anyway. So I just remember that one. But yeah, it's like, here's the thing, and I'm joking about this, but sometimes it crosses my mind that Rodgers likes getting behind just to make the game interesting for him, just to give him something to play for. It's funny because when he gets behind, there's certain times when he just starts throwing lasers. If he's up, he's kind of feeling it. I just see it in his body language and the way he throws the football. He can get lackadaisical a little bit. It's just not the same oomph that I see from Rodgers whenever he's got to play from behind and he's got something to go for and something to win. If you asked me if I had to pick, if you're going by the definition of the acronym, right? If you're going by what the acronym means, most valuable player, I don't see how you can pick anybody other than Aaron Rodgers. If you take Aaron Rodgers off of that team and replace him with anybody but Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, that team is not as good as they are right now. And even with Brady and Mahomes, I'm still not sure that they don't actually get worse. And then and I said this on Twitter today, like if you take Aaron Rodgers and you put him on any other team in the NFL, they probably get better. The only team that I feel like you could argue me about that on is the Chiefs. Because I think, even with the Bucs, I think Aaron Rodgers runs his arm strength and arm talent and ability to push the ball down the field and willingness to do so fits Arians' offense perfectly. Just perfectly. I think Brady's a fantastic fit for what they're doing now, but I think Aaron Rodgers would take it to another level. And I get it, like, there's got argument like, oh, Brady's a better leader and all that. Like, I get it. Yeah, he is. He's a good leader. Don't get me wrong. There's importance in that. But whenever we're talking about on the field stuff, like, I'm taking Aaron Rodgers on my team over any other quarterback. And I don't think that that's a controversial statement. What else? All right. Green Bay's defense has been mostly good, but also protected by the offense. I talk about that every single week, probably getting tired of hearing about it. The offense controls the game so well through the run game, screen game. They've done it all season long. I think in this particular game, you see what happens. You see what happens whenever a team gets out and jumps on them and jumps to a lead. And it forces Green Bay to play outside of their game plan and play fast, and it makes their defense vulnerable. One of the Packers got once the Packers got square. Okay, again, must have been drunk writing my notes. Once the Packers got square in the second half, they got back to controlling the game on offense, and it made it super hard on the Bears to be able to move the ball down the field. It felt like the Packers that we've seen all year. The other thing about this game to call out is special teams play. Packers had one of the worst special teams games that I've ever seen in a long time. I asked the question on Twitter. There was one other game I think that was worse, and it was much worse. I think the Panthers had a really good game. Steve Smith had 2 return TDs. There was a couple turnovers by the special teams, but in this one, the Packers allowed multiple huge punt and kick returns, including one for a TD. They muffed multiple punts, allowed an onside kick recovery. It's all pretty horrific for the special teams. They damn near gave this game away. They tried really, really hard to give this game away. And if not for the rule that you cannot advance an onside kick, the Bears would have scored and been within 1 score, and it would have been another very close game for the Packers. So, I think the Packers are very good. I think they run into a weird situation in the first half. I don't think it changes my take on them very much. Definitely still one in the top 3. We'll see. We're gonna do team tiers, so we'll talk about Packers and Bucs and Cardinals and all those guys. But that's that one. The Bears are just really bad. Fields makes them a little bit more fun to watch, at least. All right. Rams and Cards. All right, one more tweet. All right, one more tweet out. Oh, I forgot my link. Hi, baby. Love you too. My 38-week pregnant wife just walked in. We're in the home stretch. Almost there. Almost there, chat. She wants the baby to come ASAP. She's tired of waiting. Oh, of course. All of my Aaron Rodgers tweet from earlier this afternoon got picked up because Packers fans are bonkers and they love Aaron Rodgers and they want Aaron Rodgers to be the MVP. And I don't blame them. Again, I think he deserves it. I think he's more important. Aaron Rodgers is more important to the Packers than Brady is to the Bucs. Look, neither one of them I think are a Super Bowl team without their quarterbacks, but you give me a half decent quarterback on the Bucs, and I feel like they could still probably beat some playoffs teams. You give me Jordan Love. If you give me Jordan Love on the Bucs, they still might be able to figure out how to win a game. Give me Jordan Love on the Packers, not so sure. All right. Cards Rams. So a couple things about this game that I said could wreck it for the Cardinals, right? So going into it, basically, if the Rams D-line was dominant and Aaron Donald, Leonard Floyd, and Von Miller, if they take over this game, it's going to be really tough for Arizona. If they did that, and if good Stafford showed up in this game, Rams are probably going to win. And guess what? Rams got the positive on both of those. Toss in a couple kind of crucial Kyler mistakes, one going into the end zone, one backed up against his own end zone, and it gave the Rams a huge advantage in this game. The truth is looking at these teams afterwards, I kind of got caught up in the hype of the Cards. I do think that they're a good football team. I don't think that they're that much better than the Rams. And if you look at it from kind of an objective standpoint, over the last few weeks, Rams have kind of been figuring it out a little bit here and there. They haven't dropped off as much as we thought that they did. They kind of bounced back. Nice little get-right game against the Jags. And it's fair to question if they were going to be ready and good for this game. But it's an NFC West matchup, man. These things are always tight. It doesn't matter if Seattle's 3-12, it's still going to be a tight game for whatever reason. Every year it happens that same way. But the truth is there wasn't much difference between these teams. I did think that Ramsey being out, along with a couple other players, that the Rams might struggle a little bit on defense. So, first of all, credit to Raheem Morris for a good game plan. Apparently, Louis Riddick thinks he's one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL. He's certainly one of the best 32 defensive coordinators in the NFL. I'll give him that. I don't know exactly where I would rank Raheem Morris, but I feel like that's a pretty strong statement by Louis. My guess is knowing Raheem, my guess is that knowing Raheem, he and Louis are boys. Raheem is a lovable dude, man. He's a very likable guy. Always nice, always fun, a lot of good energy. Very likable guy. People are drawn to him, charismatic. So would not surprise me if he and Riddick are boys, and that's just one of those things where he's saying, hey, that's my boy. And he deserves to be considered one of the best in the league. And, you know, I'm surprised that he didn't go as far as saying he deserves to be a head coach. So Raheem would be Louis Riddick's first hire if he got in the front office of a team. I think he knows what he wants after getting Staley, and we'll say more. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about progression, right? And I do think Raheem has definitely progressed based on what I've saw at the Bucs and what he's doing now at the Rams. There's definitely some pretty serious progression there. I don't know how much McVay says, but I do know that Raheem is definitely the play caller. For the most part, I think McVay has stayed out of the defense. I know he stayed out of it whenever it was Wade Phillips. Whenever it was Phillips, Phillips is the defensive guy and McVay is the offensive guy. And then he kind of handled head coach duties too, but then he basically has somebody that helps him with all of that stuff so he can focus on game plan and play calls. So I like Raheem a lot, but that's a very optimistic statement, I think. But hey, look, if you're gonna prop your boy up, go for it. I'm more than happy to do it. I just hate that it's on TV in front of a bunch of people that I don't know that that's what's happening. But here's the thing, like, I know you're trying to prop your boy up, but well, I was gonna say, does that really potentially impact the people that make those decisions? And the problem is yeah, probably, because there's probably some guy at a search firm that hears that on Monday Night Football and hears, oh, Raheem Morris is one of the best defensive coordinators in the league. We should look at him. We should add him to our short list. And then they go and do research and you know, he becomes one of the guys that they suggest that should be interviewed. And somehow, you know, again, he's charismatic, ends up getting the job. Like, you just never know. And then also, whenever you look at the John Mara situation, owners don't always make the best decisions. So look at Shai Khan and the Jaguars. The funny thing is it was really bad for the Jaguars early on. Like, there was one point where the Jags were the laughing stock, but they had actually won a game, and we were kind of like, they didn't win a game for a while, and then they were a laughing stock. Then they win a game, and we're kind of like, and then it's just gotten worse from there. Like, how does all the stuff that's happened with Urban, how does it get worse from there? Anyways, I get off track. So yeah, Raheem Morris, good game plan. It obviously helps that he has some dominant players up front. That's going to help out a game plan. Rams had a lot of disguises, a lot of rotations post snap that confused Murray at times, including the pick going into the end zone, where they dropped a defensive lineman into coverage that Murray didn't see. We knew the Rams would be successful if they chose to commit to the run game. And the thing is they were still pretty effective even out without really committing to it. But what I found surprising is that the Cards and Vance Joseph did not have a game plan that keyed in on Cooper Kupp. Everybody knows Cooper Kupp is the best receiver on this team. Kupp was running around free all night long, and I just don't understand how you allow that to happen. Hodzi, this game in one word, turnovers. Yeah. We'll talk about specifically about the impact of those turnovers. So, in a second, I've got that in my notes, Hodzi. It's a good call out. Stafford hits Van Jefferson on a bomb. throws it 30 yards in the air on an absolute dime. I mean, it's reminiscent of the Herbert throw that everybody's losing their minds about. It's just 5 yards shorter. Stafford needs to get credit for that. It was a hell of a throw, big play in a big situation. Throws it over top of the safety. That was the one. That was the one, Gabe, that Greasy said that throw was because the Rams had the momentum in the game. I didn't realize. Oh, he sensed the momentum. That's what he said. He sensed the momentum in the Rams' favor, so that's why he called the play. And well, I mean, sure, but the safety bit on the play action and the crosser in front of him. So you can say it's momentum, or you can actually look at the fucking play and see what happens. Sorry for the F-bomb, but like, I just get so aggravated with, I get so mad. And then later on in the game, Greasy says, twice momentum, and within 10 seconds, he says momentum twice of each other. And I want to tear my hair out. Look, if you believe in momentum, fine, whatever. You're allowed to believe in whatever you want. But there are 11 guys on one side of the ball. You can collectively feel like momentum is going your way, but when you step back and objectively look at the game, this game flips too quickly on the drop of a dime for momentum to have any impact whatsoever. In a game like basketball, in college and in NBA, a game that is built on runs, one team starts scoring, ends up putting 10 points up, you got to call a timeout because you got to kind of reset, right? That's the way that it's looked at. In a game like that, the hot hand fallacy has been proven to be, it's been proven that the hot hand is a fallacy, right? And that's with 5 people on the court in a game that has runs like that. And now you're trying to translate that into a sport where there's 11 men on the field, and if one person doesn't do their job, it can completely flip whatever quote unquote momentum you have. So yeah, I fully believe in player confidence, and I think that's what most people are referencing, right? When things are going your way, you're more confident as a player, and you play faster, you make quicker decisions. Theoretically, you can make better decisions if you're coached up and you're smart. But to me, that's just execution. That's not momentum. Momentum doesn't exist. And the thing is everybody can point out momentum whenever it's there, because there's a sense in the air that you can see this. There's a perception that it's there, right? But nobody calls out when there's not momentum, right? Whenever a team is supposed to have momentum and then the quarterback throws a pick six going the other way. No one ever calls that out. So perception is not reality, because nobody ever talks about the flip side of that. So we'll see. But yeah, that whole thing irritated the ever living daylights out of me. Anyways, sorry, got off on a rant. Van Jefferson, 60-yard bomb. Stafford with a hell of a throw. Hodgsy, the Kyler throw to Kirk is going to get overlooked too. That was a phenomenal throw as well. Kirk had a good game. Kirk was the guy that I totally forgot about, if I'm being honest. Whenever I was looking at who could potentially emerge for Arizona, I was leaning Rondale Moore. Once Ramsey went out, I thought it probably eliminates a lot of what he was going to do. I thought Nuke would play a bigger part in the game. And then I thought it probably leaned AJ Green a little bit more instead of Rondale as kind of the secondary threat. The issue is that I never consider Kirk, who tends to show up in games like these. Whenever defenses kind of key on those two guys, Kirk is the guy that ends up running by himself somewhere, and Kyler likes to find him for some big plays. They also had a few plays designed directly for Kirk, which I thought was interesting. So they weren't really all that effective. He shows up once every 4 or so weeks, has a huge game, then disappears. Yeah, basically. That's what it feels like to me. James Conner, the Terminator. I know it's John Connor, but James Conner, absolute stud, man. He was massive in the run game and pass game. Had a few beautiful snags. Had the one-hander that even Kyler was giving him the thumbs up and the clap for. Those were some important grabs too. Huge in the pass game. Would have been a blowout if not for Connor. If we're just being honest, it almost was. Anyways, Kyler had a solid game, but before I get into that, let me read through chat. Kirk is the guy who's going to run the over routes, the crossing routes. He gets a go route every once in a while. Did you see Connor pass rushing on the same D line as Darnold and no, I missed that. I missed that. I did not know that he did that. Now he's injured. Connor is injured? No, don't tell me Connor is injured. Got it. Go away. Is Connor really injured? You're scaring me. Questionable. Where are my notes? MRI on his ankle today at 3:47 p.m. Oh, no. I remember Edmonds was supposed to be the guy. Edmonds was supposed to be the lead back, and Connor ends up coming in. Check Nate Tice's Twitter. Dude, can I tell you something? I'm gonna admit this. It never occurred to me, but I didn't realize that Nate Tice was related to Mike Tice, which makes total sense, by the way. Nate Tice. I like Nate. Nate's a good dude. Nate also streams on Twitter or on Twitch as well. He's not as obnoxious about the tweets about it, but he hops on and he basically watches film on screen, which is kind of fun. Hard to watch with him though. It's hard to watch film at the speed of somebody else that controls the clicker. It's hard to keep up with what they're doing. Let's see. I'll look at this later. I don't want to do this. This is going to be bad. Yeah, I didn't see it. He has a much better line for running in Arizona too. I mean, I think they did it. Connor's the poster boy for player confidence. I think, I mean, again, player confidence is absolutely a thing. Individual player confidence. And whenever you get out there and it's kind of like, you do something good at work and somebody congratulates you for it and then you feel good and you want to do more of it and you try a little bit harder. Well, it's kind of the same thing. Like an offensive lineman pancakes somebody and he's like, oh, that felt good. Let's do that again. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to pancake a guy on the next play, because the guy could know that the offensive lineman's going to be a little bit too eager and use his momentum against him and then just, swipe him or swim move and get past him and boom, he's gone. And the guy looks like an idiot because he's trying to block air. So momentum's a nice little novelty, but it ain't real. Let's see. Kyler overall had a solid game, but the two picks were too deadly. One was on the goal line going in. That cost them 7. The other was backed up inside of his own 25 that the Rams ended up with Kupp TD on. That's the one where Kupp ran the little out route and Arizona defender had his arm in the way, but somehow the ball sneaks past. Just one of those tough throw and catches that Kupp continues to come up with. Couple that with a nuke drop on 4th down at the 5 going in late in the game, and you could argue that that's a 21 point swing in just 3 plays. And that's something that I think I've mentioned it before, but we've never really talked about it in depth. So not all turnovers are equal, right? Are created equal. We all know about the arm punt on 3rd down and on 3rd and forever, right? But where turnovers happen matter just as much, if not more, than like that 3rd down arm. Like the 3rd down arm punt, who cares? All right, you threw it 60 yards down the field, picked off, fell down right there. It's basically a punt. Not that detrimental, right? But that's a lot worse than, say, an interception going into the end zone or an interception backed up. And those plays, where plays happen, can have a massive impact on the EPA of that particular play based on the location, right? They can affect point totals as well. So think of it like this: turnovers inside of the red zone take points off the board, because it basically, it keeps an offense from scoring, and now the defense has the ball on inside their own 20, inside their own 10, whatever it might be, and they've got a lot longer to go before they score. So that really lowers the point total of the game. If you're backed up in your own zone, you make a turnover there. Now all of a sudden you're creating points for the other team. If it's not a pick six or fumble return for 6, now all of a sudden, they've got the ball inside the 20, and that's at least a field goal, if not more, very, very quickly for the other team. They're not having to waste the time to drive down the field and score. They're already putting points on the board. So where those things happen is a big deal. Not all turnovers are the same. And I think that's really important to talk about whenever it comes. That's why totals for me are so hard to wrap my hand around, because how do you predict when turnovers are going to happen? I mean, I guess you could say, hey, this guy tends to throw picks inside of the 20, and that could lower the total. But I don't know. I just feel like it's too volatile to include in any kind of predictions. Hodsy, turnovers inside the 20s, greater than turnovers outside of the 20s. You are absolutely right, my friend. Absolutely right. And Kyler had 2 pretty big ones. I think the one was technically at the 25 on his own 25. But yeah, it's 21 points that swings, right? And the other thing is like a pick six isn't just a 6-point swing. It's 7 once you add the extra point. But then if they're taking it back, that's 6 points for the other team. So really it's a 14-point swing once you add on both extra points. So that's how lots of turnovers usually end up in lots of points. Turnovers are a great in-game predictor, not a great predictor of long-term success and failure. Yes. That's why I was always scared of a guy like Patrick Mahomes, who lives on the edge of those. I felt like it was going to come back to bite him at some time. He played for years without it doing it, and finally it feels like he's gotten a little bit of the luck against him this year. I think it's because he's trying to force it a little bit. And when he forces it a little bit more and you're living on the edge, you're bound to fall off. I think overall, this game between the Cards and the Rams is a good representation of both of these teams. We were probably a little too low on the Rams coming into it, and probably a little too high on the Cards before this one. You guys know me, I've underestimated the Cards all season. This was the game that I was finally like, okay, I'll pick the Cards, and I regret picking them. And I didn't really feel great about it until the Jalen Ramsey news, and then I thought, okay, Rams are going to have a tough time guarding these receivers. But it turns out that their pressure up front was just from Aaron Donald on the first play of the game. It just never got better. Kyler was scrambling for his life. Watching Kyler run is one of my favorite things in all of sports, by the way. His little scamper, little scramble, his little feet running, the pitter patter of his feet across the field is adorable to me. But yeah, I think these are 2 very even teams. It's going to be fun to watch these guys fight it out for the division. Going to be very, very close coming into the end of the year. I have a feeling, I keep saying this, but I have a feeling Seattle is going to come in and Seattle's going to end up ruining somebody's season. Cards are 10-3, Rams are 9-4. They've now played each other twice. Let's see. Arizona has the hardest out of Bucs and Packers. Arizona has the hardest schedule of the 3. They get Detroit, Indianapolis, Dallas, and Seattle. And again, I think Indianapolis isn't an easy game for them. I think Dallas is I'm actually leaning towards Dallas in that game. And then Seattle's not a pushover. They're not a great team, but these divisional matchups tend to be super, super painful. So that'll be interesting. That's Cardinals. What are the Rams? I feel like the Rams get a pretty easy schedule. Seattle, no, not really. Seattle, Minnesota, Baltimore, or San Francisco. That's not the easiest schedule. it's like a bunch of mid-level teams. They could win or lose to any of those teams. Home against Seattle, at Minnesota, at Baltimore, home against San Francisco. Interesting. Okay, that should be it. Fun game though. Fun game. Arizona has 4 games with 2+ turnovers this year. They're 1-3 in those 4 games, 9-0 in games with 1 or fewer. You know, it's tough, right? Like, there are some games that have such a strong correlation to winning. It's kind of like those stats. You're like, well, yeah, I mean, of course, if they turn the ball, if the other team gets 3 more chances at it than you do, they're probably going to be able to score more. It's kind of like me saying, like, when the Bucs, I hesitate whenever I say the Bucs, if the Bucs score 30, they're going to win the game. Well, of course they are. Any team that scores 30 has a very high chance of winning. It's like 88, 89% when teams score 30 that they win. It's not a normal thing for teams to score 30. It's not rare, but it's not normal for teams to do that all the time. So you score 30, you win 80 to 88% of the time. But the Bucs, they're going to do it 100% of the time, but that's kind of the idea, right? It's a little bit too close of correlation to really say. Okay. That's Arizona and Rams. The Rams and Cardinals have been very weird, up and down, kind of all over the place. So that's kind of where I'm fascinated by them. Also, just third game, Arizona didn't force a turnover this year. Yeah, Rams came in with a good game plan on offense and defense. I think they were a little more prepared in this game than Arizona's coaching staff. It seems like McVay heard all the whispers about him not adapting, and he's finally kind of figured it out and is adapting. Or Raheem never heard the thing about McVay and wasn't able to figure out his offense, maybe. I don't know. Arizona had 2 more possessions than Arizona. So here's the thing, right, Gabe? I don't know if I've ever shown you guys this, but there was an article. Let me see if I can find this. Yes, here we go. So there was an article from a few years back. Where's this? Oh no, did that disappear? Come on. Okay, cool. There we go. I'm gonna have to resource that, I'm sure. All right. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna do a couple things here. I'm gonna show you guys this article. I'll drop this in the chat too. So this article from Kotaku, and if you're not familiar with Kotaku is basically a gaming website, and it's articles written about gaming, reviews of games, of like all this, anything that you could think of whenever it comes to gaming. And I'm gonna switch to my tiers, and I think I'm gonna have to edit this. Yeah, that's what I figured. Let me find this. Properties. There you go. I'm pulling this up. It should be showing. Oh, I'm gonna have to redo this, aren't I? Okay, give me a second. Add. Did I do that window capture? I think I did. Nope. Sorry, chat. Browser. What did I do? All right, I'm just gonna do this. Tiers. Boom. Okay, you guys can see that. Let me get rid of this guy. So this website has this review, and I'm sharing this because I really think that it's interesting. It kind of changed the way that I look at football, and I'll tell you why in a second. Gabe, I didn't see. LOL at Cliff being down 8 with 13 minutes left and kicking the extra point. I don't get it, man. Well, here's the thing. One of the things that I've seen from the analytics people on Twitter is that being down to 8 is a super low percentage to win, because you basically have to get a touchdown, get the 2-point conversion, which already puts you at like a 25% chance. And then you also have to get the ball back and score again, whether that's in the quarter or in overtime, which is another cut that one in half. So like you're like a 10%, 20% chance of winning when you're down 8, depending on where you're at in the game. So it's tough. It's tough. Expect you already used 1 2-point play going for 2 down 8 is right. I mean, theoretically, yeah, it's right. Because it cuts it to 2 field goals instead of just a touchdown. And if you're 50-50, if theoretically you're 50-50 on those, then yeah, that makes sense. Hodzi, not saying this is a good or bad thing. Arizona versus Green Bay and LA at home finished -5 in the turnover battle and lost those games by combined 10 points. Yeah, I mean, losing by only 10 points to those teams while being -5 in turnovers is pretty impressive. But you can't be down 5 turnovers. You can't be down in that. So, yeah. So I wanted to share this because this is one of my favorite articles that I've ever read about football. And it comes from a gaming website. And it's very, very interesting because I never thought of football like this. It's kind of like whenever you go back and you watch Moneyball, right? If you watch Moneyball, the movie with Brad Pitt, or if you read the book, the whole idea of Moneyball is this guy comes in and basically says, you're looking at baseball all wrong. And you've got to reframe your perspective. You're looking at it in the same way that the thousands of people before you have. When you look at it a little bit different, you can gain an advantage on it. And I think it's really interesting because they basically say, hey, baseball's not like other sports. Baseball does not have a time clock, right? There's no clock that says this game is going to end in 5 minutes, as in 4. Game clock's ticking down to 4 or 5 or whatever it is, right? And they say the baseball's time clock is outs. So every time you get an out, you move the game forward. Basically, when you're on offense, you don't want to move the game forward. You want to score as many runs as you can before the next out, before moving the game forward and ultimately getting 3 outs in an inning. And then it's the other team's turn, right? And then whenever that happens, you want to get outs as quickly as possible before the other team has a chance to score any runs. And when you look at it that way, it kind of changes your perception of how you view the sport. And I thought that was really interesting. Well, a couple of years ago, I ran into this article and it made me think about it, because this article is all about taking football and looking at it a little bit differently. And this is kind of my look. It's not a Moneyball moment by any means. You know, they talk about it like it's Dungeons and Dragons. But for me, the way that I think about it, me growing up, the first turn-based game that I ever really got into was, I think, Final Fantasy VII. And I thought that was really interesting to play back and forth. Like, I make a move, you make a move. I make a move, you make a move. Like that type of thing. And I like chess and checkers and all of that. But playing that in a video game was really interesting to me. And they basically take football and they relate it back. And they say, hey, Yes, there is a clock that is running somewhere in the ether. But ultimately, when you boil it down, football is like Final Fantasy. It's a turn-based game. When I have the football, it's my turn. However many points I get from that turn damages you. And every yard that I get is damage to you. And then if I score, that's extra damage to you. And then if you turn around and then you move the ball against me, that's damage to me. Scoring is extra damage. And whenever you think about it like that, it changes just a little bit how you view the sport. And you understand turnovers aren't just about a team getting the ball and being close. It's about actually losing your turn, right? I've always used the darts. I like using the darts analogy. If we both have 3 darts, an interception or a turnover is basically me handing you one of my darts. Now all of a sudden you have 4 to my 2. Who's going to score more points like that? It's the same thing in football. When you hand the other team the ball, you're giving away one of your turns. And I think this entire article is it's kind of long, but it's really interesting because it's pretty nerdy. Don't get me wrong. It's from a gaming website, and I use nerdy in a positive way. Everybody's nerdy about something, right? But this is a really fun article for you to go through, and it kind of helps like reframe. A gamer basically takes football and reframes it in a little bit different perspective, and it's a lot of fun and a really good article and breaking down some of the things. And this actually legitimately changed my perception on the game of football, and I think it made me a much smarter person in terms of how I approach it and some of the things. It actually is what led me to more of an analytical approach versus just learning what players wanted to do and did and X's and O's and all of that stuff. Now look, it gets a little much whenever they start giving, assigning points and all of that stuff for different positions, but it's good exercise. Fun article, good exercise. All right, so with that, it's that time again. Let me get this tweet off. Let me crop this down for you guys so we can make this as big as possible. I don't remember. I don't think this is, by the way, I don't think this is totally right because I switched to my streaming PC. I don't have the full on. I had to reset the tiers and had to redo this from memory. So let me go back and make sure that we're looking at all the stuff that we should be. Twitter, let me send out a tweet. Where does your team rank with 4 weeks to go? Oh, nope, can't do that. And anybody that didn't get that link, I'll make sure to tweet out the article later. All right, so we're gonna do Twitter tiers. I got that out. Let me go to profile, media, and show me the money. Oh, here we go. All right, we got Green Bay, Tampa Bay. Ooh, it actually apparently got a different tier on this one. Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Dallas, New England, oh, sorry, grabbed the wrong thing. Let me lock this. There we go. All right, here we go. KC, Buffalo is how I had it. And then technically we had add row below. Large gap. Wild cardish. I can't. If I do this, I'm gonna break it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. Rams, large gap. What else? Rams, large gap. Then we had Chargers, Browns, Ravens, Bengals, Titans, Colts. We had Washington, San Francisco. We move Oakland, Las Vegas down here. We had Eagles, Vikings, Saints, Broncos, Seattle, Miami, Pittsburgh. We really put Pittsburgh up here? I'm surprised by that. I'm going to guess they did play the Vikings close. And then we had... Why did I put the Giants up here? Sometimes I go back and I go, what was I thinking? And then Chicago was down here. All right, this is post week 13. Here we go. Hearing the game from someone else's POV always makes me learn new things. Tutor, that's why I'm doing this. That's why I joined Twitter and I did this for Twitter, is because I loved hanging out. Like, I love talking football with people and talking football with smart people who don't buy into all the bullshit that is said on the national networks and all of that stuff. That for me is big. It's big. And I've learned so much. And I've been really fortunate to be able to be followed by players and coaches with burner accounts who DM me, and agents and all kinds of people that I've been able to learn and benefit from. And the funny thing is most of the people that I've learned from aren't former players and aren't former coaches, because those people are so one-dimensional in their mindset of I've learned it this way, it has to be this way. And it's all the younger people, the analytics, the younger guys in the X and O crowds that are more than willing to listen and understand that there's different ways to go about things. Those are the ones that I've learned from the most. And that's what I love. And honestly, the thing is look, somebody asked me this the other day and said, hey, would you ever go back to the NFL? And I said, I might, if it's the right opportunity. I would for sure advise a team if somebody from that team asked me. And I might, I could do it privately, could do it publicly, however they would want to do it. That would be fun. If I could stay at home and watch film and get paid to watch football and help teams win football games, that would be amazing. But like, it would have to be the right situation for me to go back. If there's a team that isn't going to change, that doesn't want certain things, that doesn't look at it in the same way as I do, I would be very, very hard. It would be very, very hard for me to go back to something like that. But for the most part, those guys aren't on Twitter. So we'll see. All right. So this is our tiers. I don't like the colors of this. Let's change this to blue. Let's do blue. Large gap, wild cardish, middle of the pack. Needs to be a stronger orange. Strong playoff team. Let's do this in green. Bright green. That's looking good. These guys need to be super red. This guy needs to be purple. All right, purple, green, large gap, wild cardish. Wild cardish should be like a positive color. Lighter green will work. Middle of the pack should be yellow. Sorry, I don't know why this is bugging me more than it normally does. And then this should be orange. All right, there we go. There she blows. I'm sure you work under the new Belichick. No, thank you, Gabe. No, thank you. All right. All right, here we go. So here's where we started last week. This is after week 13. Here's what happened. Green Bay ends up winning over the Bears. Little bit of a gap in the armor there for Green Bay. Tampa Bay squeaks by a really good Bills team. Maybe probably could have lost. Maybe changes that narrative a little bit. Crossover, welcome in. Aaron Rodgers, Bears are too low. He put them that low. That's his fault. I know you were, Gabe. I know. New York Giants in top 5 pick. Yeah, so that's actually, Gabe, that's actually why I was like, wait, did I accidentally? Because to me, I keep trying to do that. So to me, it should have been like this. I don't know why I put them that way. I regret that in hindsight. Let's see. All right, so Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona. Here's the thing. If I could stack Green Bay and Tampa Bay over top of each other, I would. Because you could do this. You could do either of these. I don't know why. That's very satisfying to me. Watching those things flip. Very smooth. But either way, you could put those. You could put those there. Either way, I'd be okay with that. Arizona, I think we're down here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. What do you think? Do the Cowboys deserve to be above Arizona? Yeah, currently, no. Murray playing better than Dak. Oh, don't forget, by the way, you can still do. I think, here's the thing. I think you have to do it twice for some reason. It wasn't working earlier, but you can do it. Cowboys. Oh, is it not here? Oh, shoot. Hang on. Add. Is it browser? Team logos. Yes. I don't know why it takes 2 to do it. Yeah, look at that. For some reason, you have to do it twice. I don't know why it does that. Packers. Cardinals. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Cardinal with a hat on. Yeah, there you go. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I just did it like, you should just be able to do. Yeah, you should just be able to type it. Anytime you type it, it should come. But for some reason, it takes 2, and I don't know why. Anyways, I think the Cowboys are better. Let's see. Sorry, I got distracted. Murray playing better than Dak. Yeah, that's true. Murray wasn't that great last year, right? Crossover, no. Beaten. I think Arizona at their peak are better than the Cowboys, but right now the boys are playing a bit better. 2 to G, that D line play like that, it's scary. Yes, that for me is why I'm liking the Cowboys right now. I think that offense is going to come around once Dak kind of gets his groove back. But that D being as good as it is, that's what she said. But that D being as good as it is in Dallas is pretty scary for the rest of the NFL. That defense has not been this good all season. That was impressive to watch them this weekend against a pretty good offensive line. Washington's pretty banged up along the offensive line, but they still held up pretty well. This is where it kind of fell all apart for them. But they had Heinicke and Kyle and just running out of it. So, you think the Cowboys are a better team at their peak, but the Cardinals are playing better? I think crossover. I think throughout the season, the Cardinals have generally played better and more at an even keel. The Cowboys have had more ups and downs. But I could see how you can do both, right? Packers have a Santa hat. Yeah, of course they do. I don't know why you have to do it twice. It annoys me. They all have a Santa hat. Bills, Chiefs, Rams. Looking good. That, and this way, if you guys are just chatting and you do all that, then it should come up. Cards weakness versus Cowboys is yikes. Yeah, so that's what I like. Here's the thing: I'm putting these into position of what I think they're going to be by end of year, right? So I think by the end of the year, the Cowboys are going to be in a better position than the Cardinals, and I think they're going to be a better overall team. That progression has been pretty impressive. And then we get into Pats, Chiefs, and I honestly can't do it anymore. Who's my dude? Is it Vinny? Is Vinny my resident Pats? No, Vinny's the Steelers. Who's my resident Pats guy? Here's the thing. I can't consciously put the Pats above the Chiefs right now. I think the Chiefs defense playing as well as it has makes me a little scurry. So I gotta go Chiefs. I might put the Chiefs above the Cards too. But Pats and Bills, I'll put them like that. And then here's the thing: everybody's gonna go, "Oh, the Rams just beat the Cardinals; they should be higher." And I'm gonna go, "No, they shouldn't," because the Cards beat the Rams earlier. So yeah, that's not how this works. Still think Rams are a strong playoff team. I would consider putting them up top. Here's the thing. Yeah, so Stafford now 1-17 versus teams 5 games over 5. Here's the thing, Gabe. How many people are gonna have a good record against teams that are 5 games over 500? Right? Like what's Aaron Rodgers gonna be? He's gonna have a 300, probably. It's not like it's gonna be great because he's playing good teams. When you play good teams, you lose games. When you play bad teams, you win games. It's just part of it. So it's hard to say that. Right? I'm gonna leave this. You don't trust Ra? I don't trust Stafford. Mark, welcome in, by the way. I don't trust Stafford, right? Because I said last night before the game, if the Rams get good Stafford, they certainly have a shot. But how much do we trust Stafford to show up on a week-to-week basis? Not all that often, if I'm being honest. He's gonna be streaky. I feel like there are certain times when he feels like he's in a groove. I don't know, but that's a very unpredictable thing. So I don't know. We'll see. Oh, you can actually see my mouse on this one. Interesting. I like this. Okay. What else? Not many, but it was really bad, and he played on ball teams. Yeah. All right, let's get down into wild card. So actually, let's go to top 5 draft picks. Still got to go Lions. Are we doing Texans or Jags? Because here's the thing. I mean, Texans and Jags are tied for second and third. I think it's Texans, Jags, and Jets is the way that it works out. Let me see. Not that I'm going to change it. It's Texans, it's Lions, Jags, Texans, and then Jets. I don't know, but we're going to get them again this week. I think Houston won. You know what? Here's my rule. Never bet on Davis Mills, right? So I'm going to go Jags. Yeah, Houston won week 1, 37-21. Tyrod Taylor threw for 291. Ingram rushed for 85. Cooks had 132. It's a different team. Jags are the fave. Hey, Ghost Hunter, welcome in. Thank you so much for the host. Appreciate it, brother. Let's see. Jags are -2.5 this week. I mean, the Jags have something to write home about. I like their ability to run the ball. The problem is they decided they wanted to run the ball with Carlos Hyde last week for some odd freaking reason. No clue why. No clue why they decided that Carlos Hyde was better than Robinson last week. I don't trust either of these teams. I just don't trust either of these teams. I'm gonna go. My rule is you don't bet on Davis Mills, and you always bet against Davis Mills. So I'm gonna leave it. Jags, Jets, Giants. Yeah, feels about right. I think I had Falcons above Panthers before. I think I might have accidentally swapped that. But that feels right. Still pretty bad. Steelers hung with the Vikings. So I still don't think I can drop them into bad. Dolphins, we'll wait and figure out. Here's the thing. I don't know what to do with Seattle. Because with Russ, I could justify them being somewhere in this neighborhood. With bad Russ, they're down here. So I'm going to leave them there for now. I like the Broncos' run game. Don't like them overall. I think they're solid on the perimeter on defense. They are getting a little bit of pass rush lately. Still think they're lower to middle of the pack. Saints, still middle of the pack. I think this weekend is going to be an interesting matchup. I think Taysom Hill, Alvin Kamara, the offensive line presents an interesting challenge for the Bucs. We'll probably just leave them there for now. The Vikings are here's the thing. I'm going to move the Vikings up. Seahawks better than Saints. Okay. Seattle bad, but QB makes them middle of the pack. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I just don't know if they deserve to be as far down as they are, Gabe. Let's see. Do I want to put the Saints above the Eagles? Yeah, I do. I don't want to put them there. I'm putting Vikings above the Raiders. San Francisco, Washington. Yeesh. What do I do with San Francisco? San Francisco is, let's see. San Francisco's got Atlanta, Tennessee, Houston, LA. I gotta put San Francisco in wild cardish. I think they're worthy. San Francisco better than Washington. San Francisco better than Vikings. Oh shoot. Almost forgot. Hang on, I screwed up. Did I do that right? That's not right. There we go. Dow Random, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Glad you're here. Let's see. San Francisco would be wild cardish. Yeah, I think San Francisco's deserving. I'm not there on Washington yet. I still think they're top of the middle of the pack. I think I'm with, who was that? Who said that? Who said it? Crossover? I think I'm with you. I think I still like the Vikings. I like the potency of the Vikings offense. The problem is Washington's defense has rounded into form. So I don't know who I like more here. Okay. There's all that. I think that's there. Here's the thing. I gotta drop Ravens down. I think I like the tight. I think I like him. But yeah, I like that. Dow Random, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Glad you're here. Thank you very much. Dow Random, who's your favorite team? There you go. Raiders. Raiders are better than the Raiders. Yes, Raiders are better than the Texans for sure. The Texans are one of the worst teams in the league. You like the Falcons? Falcons it is. Unfortunately, the Falcons are pretty bad this year. Matt Ryan having a good year. Cordero Patterson is amazing. Oh, there you go. Titans. Titans are in a good place right now. They're leading the division. Here's the thing. I don't know if I can. This right here is going to be a decision that I've got to make before we leave tonight, because I don't know if the Titans or the Colts are. If I favor the Titans or the Colts, it's going to be really, really interesting. Okay, so Titans. Bengals showed me something this weekend. I still don't think that they're there. I still don't, I'm just not bought in on the Bengals defense. Still think the Browns are better than the Bengals. I probably will regret that. Atlanta sports will break your heart, except the Braves may have turned a corner. Hey, look, you're gonna get one every once in a while. I remember the Maddox, Glavin, Smoltz days. Those are a lot of fun. Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, Javi Lopez. I remember all those. I mean, look, to a kid that grew up in Central Kentucky in a small town, we had TBS and we got to watch our share of the Braves, and they basically made the Braves like a national team, kind of like the Cubbies, right? When they're on WGN and it's on cable. Avery, Smoltz. I mean, McGriff in the early days, you know, we're talking back in the early days. God, who's their shortstop? I can't remember that. Anyways, that was back whenever I loved baseball and watched baseball, and baseball was life. Now football is life. Just a different kind of football than Danny Rojas. All right. Chargers still wild cardish. I don't feel good about any of these teams in wild cardish. I don't feel good about any of the teams, and I think Raiders got a drop here. I think the Raiders are better than the Eagles. The Raiders are not better than these teams. I think I'm going to drop Raiders all the way down here. Danny Rojas. Football is life. Almost the entire South seems to go for the Braves. Yeah, TBS, man. TBS did it for us. My brother was a huge Braves fan. That's why I had to watch them all. Ted Lasso's amazing. Barbecue sauce. Raiders did not. I'm dropping the Raiders. The Raiders are better than this, but I'm dropping the Raiders on sheer stupidity and stubbornness of Gus Bradley. Put the Ravens at every tier but the top one. just drag them over here and just like stretch them all the way to the bottom. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. They could be bad. They could be middle. Here's the thing. I could do that with the Ravens. I could do that with the Vikings. I could do that with the Niners. I could do that with the Colts. I could do that with the Titans. I could do that with all the wild cardish. I kind of like it how this looks. Shame Gus Bradley ruined your Raiders love. Sorry, Tudor G. I mean, look, I knew what I was getting myself into whenever I thought that they were going to be better. I knew I was setting myself up for heartbreak, but it is what it is. I mean, I kind of knew it, right? Like I knew that as far the farther away that they got from Gruden, the worse that offense was going to get. And eventually the Raiders were going to come down off their high. I think they were playing pretty well early on. That they were playing pretty well early on, and they faded off of that in both offense and defense. The defense shouldn't have gotten worse. They still have all the same players, pretty healthy. Still got Abrams, still got Hayward still got Max Crosby, still got Ngakoue. Like they have all their big players. So the defense shouldn't be bad all of a sudden. Problem is you play the Chiefs twice in a month and they drop 40 on you. Did they put up 90 all in total? I think it's pretty close, no? How much did they drop? 48 and 41. Oh, 89. They didn't quite make it to 90. Didn't quite make it to 90. They're averaging 45 a game. We can say that because it's 44 and a half. And round up. We don't have any more storms in the way, do we? Not that I know of. I didn't realize that they were coming until it had already happened down random. But I did check on all my family. They're all safe in Kentucky, so they're good. They're in central Kentucky, so looks like we're okay. That was a pretty nasty line of storms, though. Yeah, I told you guys, if Gus Bradley doesn't change what he does, the Chiefs are going to drop 40. The Chiefs damn near dropped 40 in the first half. They dropped 35 on them. Up 30 by 33 points. It's insane is what it was. I would have fired Gus Bradley on the spot. I wouldn't have if I'm Rich Bisaccia, I don't let Gus Bradley do that. I don't let Gus Bradley go into that game and play cover 3. I would say, hey, you need to play cover 2 in this game. And if he said no, I would say, thank you, please hand me your key card. And if he said, okay, I'll give it a shot, I would say, I need you to run your game plan by me before we go into this game, because I don't need John Abram playing too high in a safety position, because he's going to get absolutely torched, right? So look, put Abram in the linebacker position, put him rushing, put him whatever you want to do. If you want him on the field, fine, go for it. But he's not playing too high safety, and you need to play too high against these guys so that they don't put up 48, so we've actually got a shot. But no, we want to play cover 3 and absolutely get torched by Patrick Mahomes again. So the Raiders deserve the drop. All right. I kind of like where this is at. We didn't really have to change very much. We made a few minor tweaks, but for the most part, we're pretty good. I like the bottom. Looking about like what I thought. Bears actually have a quarterback, which is nice. Oh, I'm going to put Bears above Panthers too, actually. I like the Panthers D better, but I like Fields might be fun. Fields might be fun depending on how they go. I might cheat. Let's cheat and look at Chicago's. Chicago gets Minnesota, Seattle, Giants, and Minnesota again. That's not bad. It's not bad. Fields could have a good day against them. I feel like Zimmer should put him in a bit of a blender, but Fields has a shot. Actually, Fields' inability to read protections and fronts makes me a little nervous about that game for him. Falcons still bad. Steelers still bad. Or basically middle of the pack to bad. Dolphins. Do the Dolphins deserve to be above the Raiders? Dolphins coming off a late bye week. Get the Jets, the Saints, and Tennessee. I gotta move Miami up just because they're gonna get the Jets this week. Dan F82, welcome in. Sometimes Pitts isn't even on the field at the goal line. WTF? I asked the same thing. They've fallen off on how they're using Pitts, and I don't understand why. I don't know why they've changed it. Don't know why they've changed it. Does fins work? Fins. There we go. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like this now. There's a lot of recency bias in here based on the way I'm ranking them. I can feel it. Ravens, Niners. Colts, Titans. I need to come back and revisit that one. Bengals, Browns, Chargers. I like all that. I think that's in order. Rams, yeah. Okay. I like this. I like this. Not a whole lot of movement up top. All right, chat, I have 2 questions for you. I have 2 questions for you. Actually, I have 3 questions for you. Packers or Bucs? For the number one spot. You're taking Bucs over everybody taking Bucs over the Packers? Okay. All right. All right. Chat says it's Bucs. We'll put them there. We will put them there. I think everybody saw what Green Bay's defense is this week. It's funny because I don't think Green Bay's here's the thing. I think people are going to look at Green Bay's defense during this Bears game and go, "Ooh, that was kind of a problem." But I don't think it's as bad as it looked. But I think people needed this perception of the Green Bay defense to understand it's not that great, because there's a lot of people that are loving on the Green Bay defense and they're just kind of right now. So that's really good. Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna put some. Can I turn this down? Yeah, I want to do this. Let's keep this going. Oh, I see. I'm gonna put some music on in the background. How about that? As we go through this, as we finish this out. All right, here we go. Let me know if music's too loud. Chiefs may need to be moved up in your rankings. So that was going to be my next question. So, I like the top 3. I think Arizona, KC, and New England could be swapped. I need you guys to tell me what order. Cards, Chiefs, Pats. Which way? What's your order? Chiefs, Cards, Pats. Okay. Okay. Chiefs, Pats, Cards. Arizona, KC, Dallas, Pats, Bills. Okay. Gabe's got a much different way to go about this. Let's see. So it sounds like consensus is KC above, and I'll give you that. Pats or Cards, man. I struggle with this one. Oh, I see why that is. Okay, got it. So I struggle with this one. Cards are still 10-3. Right? Cards are still 10-3. Pats are 9-4, so they're not off. Cards are gonna have a rough go of it. They're probably gonna get Dallas. Can I cheat this week? I'm gonna cheat. Cards and Pats. Oh, here we go. Cards just got the Rams. Wait, is this right? Oh, it was still showing week 14 matchup. Los Angeles Rams get Seattle this week. Pats get Colts, right? I'm determining whose matchup I like better this week to determine what it's going to look like next week. I think Bills need to go down one. I mean, I think the Bills just played the Bucs to the wire and probably should have beaten the Bucs based on a non-call at the end. It's hard for me to drop them from Super Bowl contender to strong playoff team while they probably should have beaten the Bucs towards the end of that game, and I just moved the Bucs above Green Bay. So that's kind of my logic of I can't really move the Bills down. Tudor, I understand what you're thinking. Let's see. Swap Pats Bills for another week. No. I don't think I can put the Pats above the Cards right now. I like the QB play better. I like the weapons better on offense for the Cardinals. I don't particularly like their defense better than the Pats, but I'm going to leave them like this. I'm going to go KC, Cards, and Pats. Leave the Rams there. All right, one more question for you guys. And I think this is probably Bills should win 3 out of 4 if they don't. Rams have a good QB, wide receiver. All right. Colts, Titans. What's the order? Colts, Titans. Titans higher than the Colts? Or is it Titans, Colts? I'm torn on this one. So here's the problem. Vrabel will get the job done. Here's the problem. Colts play the Pats this week. Colts, Pats play. What do the Titans get? Colts cause injuries. Colts because they're healthier. That's the thing is I actually like the Titans a lot. I like the Titans a lot if they're healthy. If they get AJ Brown, if they get Derrick Henry back, I still like the Titans a lot. Problem is missing those guys is pretty painful for them. Titans get Pittsburgh. All right, I'm gonna leave Titans up and leave Colts there. Yes, it's not just where they're at right now. Like again, this is where should they finish? I agree. I think the Colts are overall okay. I'll make the change. I think the Colts overall are a better team right now. Problem is I like Vrabel, but I also like Reich. I also like the Titans finishing schedule. Titans get Steelers, Niners, Miami, and Houston. So I'm gonna leave that because Colts ended up with a pretty rough. Yeah. Wait. Colts, Indy. Colts get Pats. Arizona, Vegas, Jacksonville. Yeah, I gotta leave it with Colts. It helps that the only winning team that the Titans have played in the last 4 weeks is the Pats. I agree. That's the only reason they're kind of hanging into it. They've got a pretty cake second half schedule in the second half. So I'm gonna leave the Titans there. I'm not falsely buying into them, but I think once the dust settles, the Colts may not be able to overcome. And if they do, hell, they're gonna be top of wild cardish. So it's not just one little move, they're gonna move up a lot. So that's what we're gonna do. All right, I think this is how I like it. Any last second changes? Yeah, be eaten, exactly. They were when the Titans were healthy, they were rolling. Yeah, I mean, I'll move the Bears into the bad. I honestly, did I put? I feel like I overreacted. I must have overreacted to the Bears last week. I should not have put them in the top 5. It always should have been the Giants, and then it should have been the Bears. I'm only putting the Bears above the Panthers because I like what I see from the QB position for them. Curious if that continues or if the Bears get nagged. If the Bears get nagged, we should be good. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. Well, I mean, crossover is pretty hard on you the other week. When was it? Last week when we were talking about the Bears and you were trying to convince me that they were better than what I was giving them because Nagy's the coach. And I said, yeah, exactly. Nagy's the coach. That's why I can't make them any better than what they are. But yeah, I look. Oh yeah. That's all right. Totally forgot about that one. Beaten. Yeah, I like this. All right, this is gonna be it, guys. This is gonna be it. I like this one. All right, let me do my little snip. Okay. All right, I'm snipping this so that I can tweet it out. Guys, we actually got this done and we actually got tonight done in what, 3.5 hours? 3.5 hours. No, we didn't. 4.5. God damn. Too much. All right, I like this though. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna send this mofo out to Twitterland. Go away. Go away. Week 14 tiers. There you go. Out in Twitterland. All right, that should be it. That should be it. Beaten. To be fair, last week we were arguing Bears and Falcons, and the Falcons are still better. That's true. That's true. In your opinion, who is the 31st worst head coach in the league? Since we all know who 32 is. I mean, it's got to be Joe Judge. It's got to be Joe Judge. I don't hate what Dan Campbell is doing. The new Belichick, yeah. The next Belichick, Joe Judge, according to John Mara. Yeah, Dan Campbell has his players playing hard, man. Those guys are what, 1-12 or whatever it is. They're 1-12-1 or whatever it is, and those dudes are still playing like they actually want to play football. It's crazy to me. I think Dan Campbell definitely gets another year. I agree, Gabe. Coley, I have some serious concerns about Coley as well. Saleh is not doing anything for me. I used to think Matt Rule was going to be a good one. I'm open to giving Matt Rule another year. Nagy obviously pretty low. I'll say Arthur Smith's working with a pretty bad roster. Same for Tomlin. Bisaccia doesn't count. He's interim. I think Brian Flores is actually doing a pretty good job with what he's gotten out of the Dolphins. And Dolphins don't have that hard of a schedule, so they could move up the middle of the pack pretty quickly. I think Pete Carroll, he deserves credit for what he's done in previous years, but Seattle ain't there right now. Fangio, Jury's still out. I think he's middle of the pack probably. Sirianni, too early to know, but I think Arthur Smith's done a better job than Sirianni has. I will say Sirianni's willingness to come back around and change and run the football is fairly endearing. They've gotten better. They've done a little bit more on defense, so they've rotated. They've more disguises, not running the same thing all the time. I described it as, whenever you have like the special thing in Madden and you can hit R2 or the right bumper or whatever it is, and you can see what the defense's play is. Like every offense against the Eagles could do that earlier in the year. They knew exactly what they were playing before the snap, and they got exactly what they were looking at. So it wasn't hard to throw against them or run against them. I think Sean Payton's doing a hell of a job based on the injuries that the Saints have had this year. Washington, I was a little skeptical early on because they weren't getting it, but I think the amount of change and adjustments that Rivera and the staff has done is pretty impressive. If you crush Rivera early in the season and Jack Del Rio, you got to give them credit now. Scott Turner for that too, for that matter. The turnaround in Washington feels real, even with not the greatest of quarterbacks and roster and injuries to their two biggest pass rushers, so you got to give them credit. Zimmer is the guy that I feel like he's got a really good, he's the middle of the pack guy that I'm like, oh no, man. Because I feel like he's got a really good roster, but isn't doing what I think that roster should be doing. John Harbaugh, hard to say, a ton of injuries, still winning, still leading the AFC North. Hard to say anything bad about him. Shanny, really bad early in the year, has gotten better. That defense is still a little... I love Frank Reich. Frank Reich's done such a fantastic job this year. Titans, Vrabel has held it together, still winning despite not having Derrick Henry. Zach Taylor, I feel like if there were a better coach for the Bengals, they would be much higher. I would have them top of wild cardish, if not strong playoff team, and easily the best team in the AFC North if they had a better head coach. I have no faith in Zach Taylor whatsoever on a week-to-week basis. Browns. I think Stefanski's done a good job. I think he's had some things to overcome this year, injuries, but I overall like the way he runs his team. Brandon Staley, much love for Brandon Staley. I think they had a dip in the middle of the season. Looks like they're kind of coming out of it since the break, since the bye week. And then the rest of them, those are all well coached. You don't get to be a strong playoff team or a Super Bowl contender without being well coached. Now, again, when I say well coached, that doesn't necessarily just mean a head coach. That goes down into the coordinators, because the two coordinators are as important as the head coach, in my opinion. So all of those teams deserve credit. I even give Joe Barry some credit. I thought that they were pretty awful early in the year, and they've gotten better. Mike McCarthy, probably the weakest head coach of the bunch, but damn, do they have two good coordinators right now. Chiefs, obviously we know they're good. Cliff's done a good job so far. Vance Joseph is pretty phenomenal on the defensive side. Bill Belichick, the greatest to ever do it. And then I've always said the Bills are very, very well coached. So, and I think everybody was banging on Arians. I banged on Leftwich earlier in the season, and everybody still wants to bang on Todd Bowles. Yet here we are, and the Bucs, for as bad as everybody wants to talk about this defense in this secondary, I think the Bucs are 8th overall in DVOA on defense. Where'd you go? Bucs are 7th overall and 5th against the pass in DVOA on defense. So yeah, I think they belong there. All right, let's see. Carroll needs to retire. Rule, I want to see pick a quarterback. Gabe, I don't disagree. I want to see Rule pick a quarterback. I don't know about Carroll. I don't know if it's time to go, or if that roster's bad, or if it's a combination of both. I want to see Russ go somewhere and just light it up with somebody. Arthur Smith has made some really decent adjustments considering the cards he was dealt. I totally agree, Beaton. Totally agree. It's tough because he doesn't have a good offensive line. He's got two playmakers. Calvin Ridley, one of his best playmakers, all of a sudden is out. you know, what he's been able to do is there. I'd like to see more Pitts involved in the game plans, figuring out how to get him the ball more. But outside of that, I think he's made something out of nothing for the Falcons. I think this is a great learning year for him. And problem is everybody's going to need offensive linemen next year. Everybody needs them. So it's going to make it a little bit harder to get. Bowles is good. Have more concerns about Leftwich. Bruce is a good coach. I think they're both pretty good. I think Leftwich has adapted, right? So Leftwich went from running the ball like 60% on first down to now he's throwing it 60% on first down. That's a major adjustment, man. Like he deserves credit for that. And he also deserves credit for letting the offense run through Brady a little bit more. What he would do outside of Brady, I like Leftwich a lot, but I think that's a valid question. I think it's fair to ask that question. I mean, we asked that question of Belichick. Why wouldn't we ask that question of Leftwich, right? Bowles has always been good. It just didn't work out with the Jets. Yeah, and here's the thing. I tend to like retread coaches more than a lot of other people. Because I feel like think of it, Belichick was a retread coach. He got an opportunity to go after it in Cleveland. It didn't work out. And then he ends up going to the Patriots and kind of doesn't necessarily reinvent himself, but you ever like got out of a relationship, left a job, and you get to think about it and you go and you look back and you think about all the things you would have done differently. And then you were like, if I had that job again, or if I got another job like that, I know I could do much better at it because of this or that or the other after being in it. I think that's the way it is with head coaching. I think some people will adapt to it very quickly and understand it because one, they're either better suited for it, just it's in their DNA, or it's something where they learn it and then they get out and then they get to reassess and reset and then they get back in. So yeah. Belichick did okay in Cleveland. I wouldn't say he did well, but he did okay in Cleveland. But I think that there's value in that. Now, I think you also have to take, it's not like all second time coaches are going to be good. I do think that obviously some guys get fired for a reason. So don't take those guys. It's the guys that drew the short end of a stick and have shown that they still have the leadership capabilities to do it again. Rule did pick his QB by not taking QB in the draft and trading for time. Yeah, that's tough, man. They're paying Darnold next year. They spent a lot of money on quarterbacks and getting zero out of the position. Leftwich is good, but that offense can be underwhelming at times. Like they should have done better versus Buffalo second half. Yeah, Gabe, I agree. Leftwich had Jameis as his first year as OC. That's tough, man. Browns are not good before him, and he got them to the playoffs. I'm like I said, he did okay there, but there was a couple of years that they were like towards the end, they fired him for a reason, right? Yeah, but I mean, he could have gone with them, right? If they're moving the team, the Rams moved. They took Sean McVay with them. If they wanted him, they could have taken him. And it's not like they were moving to a place that Belichick probably wouldn't want to go, right? All right, guys. I believe that's it. We can wrap it here for the night. Thank you guys so much. No, I did not know that crossover. He coached Todd Bowles in college. I mean, Arians is up there. He's like 80, right? Arians is 78, maybe. Oh no, he's not that old. He's 69. Nice. Just turned 69. By just, I mean in early October. How old is Todd Bowles? 58. No, he couldn't have coached him. Bowles is 58. Arians is 69. That means they're 11 years apart. I mean, I guess he could have coached him in college. Interesting. Interesting fact. Oh, you're right. It was Jeff Fisher who went with the Rams. Even worse. It proves my point even better, Gabe. All right, guys. I am going to get out of here. It's been a good night. Thank you guys so much for coming in and hanging out for a little bit, talking a little bit of football. Appreciate it as always. Let's see. Is this going to work? Freaks me out whenever it does that. Crossover, thank you for coming in, brother. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Let's see. Bucs, Packers, Cowboys, Chiefs, Cards, Pats, Bills. Let's do this. See if this works. Boom. There's your play. There's your Super Bowl contenders right there. Give them one more. Why is it doing that? I hate that I gotta figure out why that's doing that. It always does it on the second one for some reason. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to dip out of here. Appreciate you. Bills are not too high. Beaten. I need to clip that from chat. And then when they end up 3-1 over the next 4 and are back in the number 2 seed or something like that, I'll make sure to remember that beaten. I won't remember it at all. I can barely remember which. I gotta start taking notes on your guys' teams, knowing who you guys are and what teams you like. I can never remember, but appreciate it. Thank you guys so much again for coming in and hanging out. For all the new guys in the chat, new people in the chat, appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. There you go, crossover. I got a Bears for you too. And I will catch you guys on Thursday. We're gonna have normal stream times, all of that. Unless baby comes. If baby comes, I will let you guys know on Twitter. So roll the dice. It's 38 weeks. We're anytime now within the next 2 weeks. Could come, could not come. We'll see. But we'll definitely keep you there. Keep you updated. They can end up a 2 seed, but Josh Allen can lose them a game just as much as they can win it. That's fair. That's fair. I think I like Josh Allen. So we'll see. All right, guys, I will catch you guys on Thursday. Looking forward to it. Thank you all. Have a good night.